Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. You already know what it is. Another episode of Easily Rigged. But you know what? Today is not going to be the typical episode of Easily Rigged. I am without my counterpart today due to unforeseen circumstances. My big bro lost somebody very dear to him. And, you know, we never know when it's going to be our day. So I would like for all of us at home, on the panel, in the chat, to let's take this time and give a moment of silence to anyone that's lost a loved one in the past, currently. Let's just give a moment of silence for my boy Big Riggs. RIP to his family member that passed away. So before we get the show started, that's how we're going to pay our respects. That was a moment of silence for Big Rig Slaps. He's suffering through some heartache right now. He lost a very close family member. If you know, then you know. And we will be giving him a further shout out throughout the show because he was unable to attend today. But on the next episode, you can expect him to be back here with us. So once again, this was a moment of silence for anyone that's lost a loved one, and especially to my big bro, Big Rig Slaps. And I'm going to cue the intro while we sit and offer these thoughts and prayers. What was that, Mr. Best?
No, so salute to Big Riggs and his family. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, and I just want to just come in just real quick to say salutes to Big Riggs and his family, and also, you know, salutes to Princess K and her family as well, too.
Definitely. Salute to Princess K, yeah.
Salute to Princess K. She is also suffering from a tragic loss. You know, see, we all are losing people every day. You know, we were actually, you know, we dying every day, you know, so tomorrow is not promised. To the people that you genuinely care about and genuinely rock with, tell them that. You may not get a chance to tell them today or tomorrow. You know, preferably call them, pull up on them, give them a hug. If you got to, at the very least, send a text. That should be the last resort, you know, because if they don't text back, you could assume that they ignoring you, but they could not just be here. So I think it's very imperative for us all, to the ones that we really care about, love, and appreciate, for us to show them while they're here, not wait until they perish, you know, to put them on a t-shirt or to put them in a Facebook post. So I'm going to cue the intro. RIP to Big Rig Slaps, Princess K, and anyone else that's currently dealing with a tragedy where you've lost a loved one and someone dear to you. Okay, thank you. Welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. You are tuned in to another episode of Easily Rigged. This is not going to be the typical episode of Easily Rigged. I did have something particular planned with Big Rig Slaps, but without him being here, we're going to go a little slightly different direction with it. So let's just get straight into it. Struggle love. Struggle love. What is struggle love? You ask
Damn.
5 people, you may get 15 different answers because no one can clearly define what struggle love is. So, Mr. Best, when you hear the term struggle love, what does that mean to you?
Well, hell, ain't love a struggle anyway. Oh man, struggle love. I guess that's like somebody that like you don't really want to be with, but like you just with them because it's like, hey, maybe they paying that rent. Maybe they saucy in the bedroom, but their finances are terrible. You know what I mean? You know, maybe I got a kid together and you just trying to figure it out along the way. You know what I'm saying? So it could be a number of reasons of why you are struggling in your love. Or sometimes it could be some real trauma, some real issues, some that just need some therapy, some counseling. Y'all could work it out. You know what I mean? So it could be a number of reasons, but that's what I think about when I think about struggle love. Like you with somebody and like you know you don't really want to be with this person, but you're just staying there because of circumstance. So yeah.
Okay, so with the struggle love, do you think it's only limited towards people that are dating each other, that are trying to get married or that are in a partnership with a significant other? Do you think it's only those that experience struggle love, or is it, parents, how they raising their kids? Are they doing it under the umbrella of struggle love too?
Let me tell you something. Struggle love gonna happen to everybody. Okay. All right. This Disney fantasy we got in our head that we're gonna meet the right person and we ain't gonna never have any problems. That's never gonna happen. You're gonna have to endure something because it's called life. Life is everybody. Life don't got no favoritism. Okay. You could be the most successful person. You could be doing great in your career, and you could have a crazy injury, or somebody in your family could pass away, and that makes you become depressed, or anything can happen. Life is gonna happen. You know what I mean? We can't predict what's gonna happen, but we know it's going to happen. So when that happens, you're going to face what? Struggles, right? Now, can you stand the rain? As a song said, can you stand the rain, endure that struggle, and persevere through it? You can't stay in the struggle. If you stay in the struggle, then that's a problem. And I know a lot of people that have been married for over decades, damn near almost 20 years, and they still in the struggle. You know what I'm saying? I can't do that. I can't sleep like that. I gotta be able to close my eyes and not look over my shoulder. You know what I mean? But hey, everybody does what believes is right for them. But at the same instance, I can't live my life like that. You know what I mean? If I feel like I'm about to live my life like that, oh, best believe I'm looking for the exit though. And I don't care what the situation is. You know what I mean? So yeah.
You know what? You brought up a good point about marriage. So I'm gonna pull up a graphic and then we can kind of dissect it that way. And I would love for, the people in the chat to chime in. We're gonna get to the shout outs in the chat. I'm not even looking at it right now, but I definitely will shout out everyone in the chat. We sincerely appreciate y'all for being here. But in terms of the marriage,
Definitely.
let me just show this graphic and then let's see what you feel about it. This is a before and after, so you got the brother at the top. When you are dating and the woman is saying, what's mine is yours, baby. You can have whatever I have, daddy. That's before they were married. Now they married. And it's saying, please don't watch your stuff under my Netflix profile. She changing the profile. You're trying to get in and watch Ozark and you can't even do it because she changed the password.
Damn.
Now, what do you see, or what is the first thoughts that come to your mind when you see this imagery?
That's real. All right, because I think what happens is that all right, when you first get with somebody, right, and y'all dating, they really meeting your representative. They ain't meeting you. You know what I'm saying? They meeting what you're gonna put your best foot forward because you really, really, really want to be with this person, right? For the women, you really want to have kids. You want to have stability. You look at this man as your king, as your man. You know what I'm saying? That's my man. You know what I mean? Women be like, "Ooh, that's my man." For the dude, look at this as your queen, your girl. Oh man, that's my girl, man. You see how she look, you see how she look, dog. You see them curves? You know what I'm saying? That's how we talk. That's how we act when we dating. You know what I'm saying? So all of the little tendencies that we got when we be chilling at home with our roommates or by ourselves if we live alone, right? Or with or you're a single parent, you live with your kids. All them little selfish tendencies that you got, you know what I mean? You know how you like to put the ketchup in the fridge and all that, and you like to kind of do things a certain way, and you want your burger cooked this way, and you want to do things that way. And sometimes you may leave a sweater on the couch. Sometimes, guess what? When somebody moves into you with you,
You might
they
leave the
gonna have
toilet seat
preferences.
up.
There you go. Another thing. You know what I'm saying? Guess what? That person that moves in with you, they gonna have some preferences that's gonna clash with yours. Okay. They may not want the ketchup in the fridge. Okay. They may not want the sweater on the couch. Okay. They may want things to be organized, or they may be more messy than you, and you like, yo, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, you dirty. Like, no, you dirty. You know what I'm saying? Or you know what? You complain too much. You're too clean. You're a neat freak. You know what I'm saying? So when you move in together and you really are together, oh, your preferences and your tendencies that really come out. Because now you're really living with each other. You're really together. All that niceness and all that, I'm not saying it fades, but what I'm saying basically is the real stuff start really hitting the fan. You know what I mean? You start finding out, oh man, okay, damn, she kind of selfish, man. Like, you know, like we
Well, they
spend
say you
time,
don't
but
know you don't know
but
somebody
damn,
until you live with them.
exactly. Like you like, damn, she kind of selfish. Like, damn, if I go to the store, she calling me like immediately, like as soon as I left, and I just got up, you know, I woke up, I washed my face, you know, she was still asleep. I went to the store to kind of get us something to eat, you know what I mean, to kind of grab us a little odds and ends, and she's blowing me up, asking me, what, why you in that girl face? I'm like, what girl? I'm at the store, like, so, you know what I mean, or you start noticing that, homie a little too friendly, you know what I mean, with certain people that he knows, whether it's certain friends that he already has, maybe it's certain women at the job or women, you know what I mean, at his school or whatever. You start to notice, he a little too friendly. You know what I'm saying? So you start to notice little things about each other. This is what happens. I'm telling you, this is real. Okay, people don't talk about this, but I'm gonna talk
They
about
don't.
it because I'm gonna keep it 100. This is what happens, and the thing
But
is, you
hold on,
really
Mr.
start finding
Best.
out.
I
I'm
think
giving
it's a
them too much.
lot.
Okay.
No, I'm feeling everything that you're saying, and I think that this imagery is a lot deeper. You brought up
Mm-hmm.
the basic points, but on the surface level, let me ask you how you feel about this. When they're dating,
Mm-hmm.
look at her hair. It's natural and it's out.
Mm-hmm.
Now look at when they're married. There's the bonnet. Is
Oh
that
yeah,
a
that bonnet is out.
does that matter, or that's just comes with the relationship and them getting comfortable with one another?
No, you gonna have the things that you're comfortable with. Like with me, like I'm super neat. So like everything got to be organized. Shoes got to be in the shoe rack. Pillows got to be structured on the couch. If you leave a piece of cloth somewhere, you leave some tissue on the floor, I'm tripping. You know what I mean? Like I just vacuumed. So like
So you got OCD?
I do, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I know what every piece of dirt that is in the house right now, like that I'm about to sweep up as soon as it stream in. Like I'm real with it, bro. Like I don't play. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in no dishes up in the sink without making sure that they tended to. Like I don't rock like that. You know what I'm saying? My clothes are washed, folded, and everything else and hung up if they need to be. You know what I'm saying? I'm real with it. Like I don't play. So you know what I mean? Now, you know, the family, the family that I have, everybody has a different personality, right? So some people are not as neat, or if they are neat, they have their own sense of neatness. You know what I mean? I mean when I took a trip recently, and I was like, listen, when I come back, and can you make sure the house is a certain way? You know, mm. And they did what they did, but it wasn't like how I would do it. So I'm seeing little spots and little things, and I'm at the cup, and it ain't washed the way I wanted to be washed. I'm like, oh hell no. You know what I'm saying? So that's me though, right? You know what I mean? That's just how I get down. You know what I mean?
But do
I
you
just want
believe
things
everyone should
culturally.
be like you in terms of the level
Uh,
of cleanliness?
nah, not everybody can be like me, baby. It's a difference. Like I don't know if everybody gonna be dusting and doing all that. Like some people, everybody has a different preference. Like as long as the house is clean for to the point where you are comfortable in it and you don't have any vermin, I guess that's acceptable, right? But for me, like I said, it's gotta be past that. Like I'm dusting, I'm sweeping, I'm mopping. I buy cleaning supplies, like you know what I mean. I buy special cleaner to clean the
Mr.
house. Like it's
Fabuloso
different.
over there, huh?
Yeah, I'm the black I'm the black Mr. Fabioso, man. Like I do it all, baby. You know what I'm saying? I clean toilets, everything. Like, and I'm talking about scrubbing all that. Like I don't
Instead
play.
of Mr. Best, change your name to Mr. Clean.
I ain't trying to
Mr.
get no
Clean
copyright on that
84.
though.
I like that. It does have a ring to it.
Hey, it does, it does. The link is coming soon, yo. We cooking right now. I know y'all want to get
Yeah,
on.
the link is coming soon. I haven't even got a chance to get to the comments, so I know this gonna be a good stream. But shout out
Mm-hmm.
to everybody in the chat. We definitely gonna get to y'all. And
Yep.
another thing that's brought to my attention, not just the bonnet, some people may
Mm-hmm.
be okay with that, some people are not, because some people do consider that a part of wading into the struggle of waters, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
everything was all purified and magical when they were dating. Then they got married, and then the emotional roller coaster starts going in. So not
Mm-hmm.
only do you see, if you look at the dude, his hair looks all in place, right? At the
Yeah.
top, his hair looked neat. Now at the bottom, it looked like he just don't care about his hair. She on the phone, and he on the book.
Mm-hmm.
Does that Do you think those types of distractions lead to people participating and practicing struggle love, letting external devices and factors separate them, like a phone, like a book, or whatever other distractions? It may be someone else in your ear saying, man, he ain't ish, so you need to leave him.
Mm.
How much of a role do the distractions play into contributing to the struggle love that you alluded to?
I'm gonna say this one thing before I continue. Right, the best I would say perspective I can give anybody, because what I mean, y'all don't like advice nowadays, so I give perspective. The best perspective I can give is to keep people out of your mother relationship. Okay, keep your family out of it. Yeah, mama and daddy too, and grandma and all of them. Right, don't be telling them nothing. Okay, keep them out your relationship. Auntie, uncle, cousin, everybody, keep these people out your relationship. Okay, so of course when it comes to your friends and your partners and everybody else, you better not be telling them nothing, okay? And the outside world should definitely damn near not know anything. So I don't like when people be posting a bunch of pictures of themselves with their partner and all that, and they going here, they going there, they doing this, they doing that. Like, man, look, keep people out your mix, man. I'm telling you, man, keep people out your mix. The less people know about your relationship and how and what y'all doing, the better. I'm telling you. When you start having all the people come in, oh my gosh, it's chaos. It's like damn near Royal Rumble, because everybody gonna have an opinion. Oh, you need to do this. Oh no, she need to do that. Oh, well, brother, why don't you try this? Like, it's gonna be so many opinions, man, of what y'all need to do. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? And peace to you too, Quantum Love. Like, and listen, you ain't gonna have no peace if you have all these people in your relationship. I'm telling you that right now. Keep people out your business. That's my number one thing. Secondly, I think the reason why those things happen is because, like, okay, think about yourself, right? Think about within this week or even within the month, right? Think about all the things that you were comfortable doing that maybe if you had a partner, you like, man, what I mean, if I had a girl here, man, she gonna kind of she ain't gonna be feeling everything I'm doing right now, right? And it could be the smallest things. It could be you just listening to loud music. It could be you wanted to, watch sports or play sports or going out with your friends or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? When you add another person, they're going to take up some of your time and hobbies and interests. Like, don't think that you could still go with the boys and play basketball every Saturday. Like, that shit gonna change a little bit. Okay, it may be every other Saturday. Well, you know what I mean? Or maybe with some people, maybe once every month or once every 2 months, but something's gonna change. Anything that you add to the environment changes the environment. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely concur with that. So let's go to the next imagery. Since all of this ties into struggle love, and
Mm-hmm.
there's different forms of struggle love. There's not just one universal definition or instance that you can point to and say, hey, this is only struggle love. So we need to evaluate and unpack, the different scenarios and facets of, the actual struggle love. So here's another one that I'm going to bring up. And shout out to the artist Real Tunes. This dude be coming up with fire. He makes these quote unquote memes, but they all have a certain level of realism and importance to it, because as soon as you bring it up, you can relate to it and say, hey, I've personally experienced that, or I've personally seen that. So it's great for conversation starters and to promote a deeper discussion like this one. So they're out at the restaurant. It looked like he was listening to Future with the chicken wings and fries. We don't go on dates. So it looks like he over there with some chicken wings, some fries. I don't know what he over there eating, a large cup of blue lemonade. And he says, damn, so you say you left your card at home? That's wild. So is this a form of struggle love? Is this just a form of dating 101, going Dutch? You pay for your stuff, I pay for mine. Is he obligated to take her out? Is he obligated, is he obligated to pay if he asks to take her out? Or what if it was her suggestion? If she suggested, should she pay? Should he pick up the tab because she forgot her card at home? What do you say to that?
I'll say it like this. Listen, since we live in a free society and we got free will and everybody's equal now, nobody's obligated to do a goddamn thing. Okay? And that's just the truth. Peace to Aunt T, man. That's the bro. You know what I mean? Peace to everybody in the chat. Saida, Princess K, Tammy, I see you. M3, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Everybody else in the chat, Quantum Love, I see you as well. So yeah, look, nobody has to do anything. Simon, I see you too. Nobody has to do anything, okay? We live in a free society. Nobody got to do nothing, okay? But there are some unwritten rules, brothers, okay? If you take her out on a date and you don't pay, guess what? You don't get to play.
Hold on.
I'm keeping it G. Hold on. I'm keeping it G. If you are not paying for these dates, don't expect her to call you back. Don't expect a second date. Don't expect to play up in the bedroom. Don't expect none of that. You ain't going to the park. Nothing. Okay. Now listen. If you find a sister that's willing to put up with that, man, you better put in a bubble and like they did in the NBA, put in a bubble and never let her come outside ever. Okay. If she's going to put up with that from you, oh man, you got to keep her. You better marry her the next day. Okay, the next day. You know what I'm saying? Because ain't nobody putting up with that. Listen, when you take a woman, let me say something. All right, this is about unwritten rules. Listen, we had a whole debate about coffee dates, right? And a lot of people wanted them, and a lot of people was like, nah, that ain't good enough, right? So if that's a debate, can you imagine not paying for it? You know what I mean? You're not paying for the date that you were taking her out on, and you say you a man? Oh, nah, man, that ain't gonna fly. That ain't gonna fly, baby. You don't have to do it, but guess what? There are results, for things that you don't have to do. You know what I mean? My grandmother always say, yeah, boy, you don't gotta do your schoolwork, but yeah, there's gonna be penalties for it. You know what I'm saying? So you can do what you want. You know what I mean? So yeah, brothers, go ahead. You don't gotta pay for nothing. Do what you want. But guess what? There's consequences to them actions. So yeah.
Okay. I would agree with that, but let's just say, because we're assuming that he asked her out, right? Is there any scenario where it's okay for him to not pay?
No. No. Not if you're just meeting her, nah. Now if you're already with her, you know what I mean? That might happen. You know what I'm saying? But this seems like it's a first date. And You just meeting a sister and you ain't paying? Nah, bro. Like, why are you doing this to yourself? Like, you already kind of know what's gonna happen. You already know how she's gonna respond. Like, she may be nice
But what if
about it.
she says she was strong and independent, and he's just letting her exercise her independence?
Don't listen to none of that. Don't listen to none of that. I hear that all
You
the
saying
time.
that's
Listen to that.
Japanese?
We know it's Japanese. Now listen, there's certain things that women look. We know this is for a fact. All right, women can dodge this and men can dodge this too. There's certain things that women have to do to make you feel like a man. If she ain't doing it, you're not rocking with her. And there's certain things we got to do as a man to make her feel like a woman. And if we ain't doing it, she's not rocking with us. And it's that plain and simple.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. So, on the flip side, what if the gentleman had said he left his card at home and he genuinely forgot his card at home? Would that be a valid excuse, or is it's the same as him not paying, right? Because he forgot it at home. Do you think he would get a pass for accidentally forgetting his card?
Heck no. No. They're not giving us no excuses. Listen, if they're not willing to give you an excuse, when you have like really serious health issues, whether it's mental health issues, especially that, or emotional, or even physical sometimes, if they're not willing to give you an excuse, and they didn't even give you an excuse because you forgot your card at home, no. Listen, these women are like sour patches out here, okay? They sweet, but they could be sour as hell if you don't do certain things, boy. I'm telling you. Play around with them if you want. You see what you're gonna be getting. You gotta know how to play the game. You know what I mean? You gotta know how to play the game. You can still be a man, you can still be on your throne, you can still be that king. But you gotta know how to play the game. And if you're not doing certain things, she's not gonna rock with it. I don't care how nice she was on the phone and how much y'all was sexting or whatever else y'all was doing. If you are not paying for that date, you are not gonna get the results you are thinking you're gonna be looking for, brother. It's not gonna happen for you.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. But yeah, let's get to the chat because
Vic, I'm always on fire, Vic. You know me, baby.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
shout out to Vic.
Yeah, it's getting. Hold on. So it's a lot of people coming heavy through in the chat. I know you already gave a lot of shout outs, but let's just go again. Shout out to Arshawn. Good to see you back in these streets, bro. I know you've been Twitch gang, but you know YouTube misses you. So shout out. Shout out to the lovely Miss OG Patrice. Shout out to
Patrice, what's going on?
Yeah, what's up, OG Patrice? Shout out to Princess K, always coming through strong. You know, despite the trauma, you know, she's still here listening, hearing. So we with you. Prayers to you and Big Rigs again. Sending our love, not just only thoughts and prayers. Shout out to Quantum Love. Quantum Love is such a real one, a very kindred and beautiful soul inside and out. So shout out Quantum Love. We always appreciate you coming through. And who else we got in the building? M3 coming through strong with knowledge and relationships. He getting his big body build on. M3, aka Buff Bagwell. Shout out to M3. Aunt T, what's up, Aunt T? Not your auntie, this Aunt T. What's up with you, bro? Simon Hector. What's up with you, Simon? Who else we got in here? Miss Saida. What's up? Hola.
Hey, Saida. Lady Saida, what's going on?
Let's see. Did we get everybody? Okay, K Marion is in the building. What's happening? Jay Takashi, he said he need a link. Jay Takashi trying to cook. Let's go. We gonna blow through like 2 more of these, and then y'all could come up, and then we just gonna rock out. But yeah, let's get to some of the.
Did we shout out Vic? We shout out Vic already.
Hold on, I didn't see Vic, but let me see where he's at. I didn't see the comments. Which Victor Freeze. I just seen it pop up, and I seen wow.
Vic, what up, baby? And Vic, you going? Hey, after Thursday, I need my 50.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Cooking. He been cooking and cleaning. That's like Mr. Best on his nanny shit because he came in here cooking and cleaning. I like that.
Hey, when you give me the ball, baby, I'm ready. This is what I do. I'm ready.
That's what I'm saying.
I'll be quiet sometimes. I can be quiet for a whole damn hour, but you give me that ball, it's going up.
Exactly. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Um, Princess K says, thanks everybody for all the love. I'm getting through it a day at a time. That's all you can do. Just take it a step at a time, one moment at a time. The journey of 1,000 steps begins with one single step.
Yes.
So let's see. We're gonna try to get to the rose colored glasses fade after a while. Yeah, I think she was
Mm-hmm.
alluding to the first one. That's kind of like, what they call the honeymoon phase, right? Which
Yes.
I'm kind of opposed to that term because the honeymoon phase, it puts a duration on it. No one could really tell you how long it lasts, right? How long is the honeymoon
Mm.
phase? 1 month, 2 months, 2 years, and then after the honeymoon phase ends, then what? People don't really talk about the post honeymoon phase and what they do to, rekindle and reclaim the flame prior to, the honeymoon. So, I think the honeymoon phase, it needs different phraseology or more context to it.
Let me give you some context though, real quick, BZ. Right? Just real quick. Just take a 5 year span, right? Now, some people may think, man, 5 years, that's some time. That ain't nothing, especially in a relationship. 5 years go by. It go by like how yesterday was how we was in yesterday and now it's today. That's how fast 5 years goes in a relationship. Okay, and within that 5 year span, if you get married and you have about 5 years, you have about 2.2 kids, right? You have about 2 kids. Guess what? You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of changes within 5 years. You think you are ready for all of that? You think you're gonna be prepared for every single thing that happens during that time? You're not. Okay, you're not. Okay, you're not gonna be completely prepared. Okay, you know what I'm saying? You're adding so many different life changing elements to yourself in 5 years. Okay, not let alone whatever you're dealing with by yourself. Okay, we're not even covering what you're going through. We didn't even touch that. I just said these are things that I'm adding to your life. Now I'm added all the stuff to your life. So now let's see what you do. You got to ball out now, right? The expectations are high because now, you know what I'm saying? You got a family. You got a whole new family now. You know what I mean? Mom and daddy, they off doing their own thing. It's on you and yours. What's going to happen? Life is going to happen. And then life is going to go through ups and downs. You just got to know how to deal with it. You got to have the right people around you to deal with it too. So yeah. Go ahead, be easy cook, bro. I know you got two more for me.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. So let's just try to blow through these comments real quick. Miss Aida says, why do you always present a scenario where the woman is doing something wrong? Men also do things like that. I wonder if this is just pointing at fingers or blaming a specific group. So I'm not sure if you're referring to the first imagery or the second one. I didn't create either of these. I'm just pulling them up to spark a discussion. You can agree or disagree. I don't think either scenario was presented to say that the woman was doing something wrong. I think people are able to constructively criticize what they find pleasant about the scenario or unpleasant, favorable or unfavorable. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's right, but it's just that person's perspective and beliefs. So, of the imagery that I posted, I don't really think that either of them was doing something wrong without context because we're just speculating based off the image. It's just a conversation. Like I could say that, hey, the image of the guy not paying for her food, I could say that he was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But without context, we don't know if she made it very clear that she wasn't attracted to him. So then is he still just obligated to pay just for the sake of her being there? Some could say yes, some could argue no. But it's a nuanced conversation and it's for everybody to give their perspective, right or wrong. But it definitely wasn't to like attack anything because I'm not a promoter of the gender war. I keep it balanced. As much as I call out the women for their buffoonery, I'll follow it up by
Mm-hmm.
calling out the men. So yeah, it's definitely not a
Mm-hmm.
bash fest or a blame fest. I'd say blame pie. It's always enough slices to go around, but
Yeah.
somebody's gonna take the bigger slice.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or it could be split evenly as well. You know what I mean? Like both could be,
That is true.
equally wrong. But let me say this, and shout out to Unicorn. Let me say this real quick. I always tell people, y'all have to pay full attention to when we share things, right? Respectfully, like when we're sharing things, we're not a manosphere channel, okay? We're not manosphere. We're not feminism. We're not none of that. Okay, we are just sharing perspectives. You know what I'm saying? So I think sometimes, y'all get stuck and y'all think that's what we are, and we're neither or. We just give you perspective, and our perspective is our perspective. Hell, we could be wrong. You know what I mean? I could be completely wrong. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not attacking women. I ain't got nothing against women. I was raised by a single mother. You know what I mean? And my dad has just stepped in my life, and I'm almost 40. So hey, I would never bash women, and I don't bash women. So if that's what you felt, or that's what you feel, Lady Saida, you're completely mistaken. And I think my take was pretty on par. I think I kind of covered both bases for the man and the woman. You know what I mean? And if I'm off, I'm about to, after we get through these two, I'm going to get through them real quick because I really want to hear what I got to say. You know what I mean? I'm ready
Yeah,
for it.
they ready to tear Mr. Best apart. So,
Man,
I don't know if I
step in,
want
the,
this.
step in the ring with me, step in the ring with Floyd, and you ain't going to get no victories over here. You ain't getting no wins over here, baby. You got to go to another channel for that.
And Princess K says, listen, I'm not about to ruin my hair trying to be cute while asleep. Bonnet lives matter. Hashtag hair care. Better believe it. You don't see that bonnet. Okay, Princess K, the queen of bonnets. That's okay.
Y'all, I'm about to send the link, all right? Yeah, I'm getting messages. I'm sending the link, all right? Man, shit, man, I can't even get these two goddamn slides. All right, hold
He
on.
can't even get through the slides. Hey, do what you got to do, Mr. Best. But you know
Yeah.
what? I agree with Princess K. I think sometimes, with the bonnet, I don't think it's as bad because it is nightwear, right? So let's say that you wanted to have waves, or you working on your waves for the babes. You need to wear that do-rag, right? And yet the most important, imperative, critical time for you to wear it is when you sleep, tossing and turning. So I can understand a woman saying, hey, look, I
All
need
right,
to
y'all, the
protect
link is in the
this
chat,
hair.
y'all. The link is in the chat. Come on through.
I need to protect this hair, so I'm going to wear this bonnet. That makes sense. And I could do that. I could deal with that, right? Because if she's over there laying with the bonnet, I'm gonna be asleep for hours. So it's not like I'm just staring and gazing in her eyes with a bonnet. However, I just think that I'm not a fan or proponent of you wearing that bonnet outside to Walmart, to the park, to your kid's school. I just don't like that. I've heard they say, hey, it's to protect my hairstyle. I've heard, oh, I'm just comfortable. I don't care what the excuse is. In my opinion and my belief, I would not like to see, my woman, my family members, openly advocating for that in public. I'm not talking about like the scarves and the stylish stuff. I'm talking about, y'all know the difference, with the bonnets that I'm talking about. If you don't know, then I probably
Okay,
can't.
hold on. Let me just cat in. And I was just about to text him the link because I was trying to text it. I was looking through my messages. I'm like, because I had multiple links for this week. So I'm like, which one was that one? But let me just bring this brother in. Salute to this brother, man. Brother Daryl Long. What's up, baby? Talk to me.
What's good, family? What's good with y'all boys, man?
What's good, man?
Man, chilling, getting some reading done. See, I'm tapping in with y'all. Y'all talking about struggle love.
Yeah, we cooking up here like a mug. You know what I mean?
All right, so let me address something. We talked about this a few shows ago, so let me say this again, man. Shout out to everybody that's tapped in and they was watching me on Kendra G. I've been seeing a lot of people watch that. But look,
Hey, salute.
I'm gonna speak from a personal perspective, more of a general sense, right? I said this before. I've seen dudes come on panels all the time, right? Manosphere topics. Women don't want to build with men. Women don't want to work with men. But when the women do that, what happened? They get shitted on. right? A woman that's trying to work with a man, a woman that's trying to be understanding of a man, she will get shitted on. It doesn't matter what kind of future he has. For example, a man can be you know, providing, doing all kinds of different shit. But if a man is in a position where he wants the woman, not needs, but he wants the woman to help with certain stuff, a lot of women not willing to do that work, bro. A lot of women not willing to do that work. I was talking
D, you sure you want to step in there?
You say what?
You sure you want to step on that base?
Get the smoke in the chat, bro.
No, you said I want. You said I want to start on what?
No, I'm saying you sure you want to step in that field mine.
Oh man, no, hell yeah, bro. I'm good, bro. The one thing about it when it comes to this money shit is like people get online and talk this money shit, but like if somebody can show me what their job sent them, have your job send you a letterhead and show how much you make per year, and then we can really talk and have a real conversation. I posted mine publicly, and we can compare them. If we can't do that, man, we just talking and having conversations at this point. But you know what I'm saying? When it comes to like really, cause like best, I haven't even been talking no more. I've been chilling on niggas, bro. But
we know.
The real conversation is just like this. A lot of people, they don't like seeing beautiful women even like really try to work with men and get themselves in a good situation. And then they will call those same women in a different situation, right? They would say, hey, dog, she a baby mama. We don't do certain stuff for baby mamas. She is equivalent to the type of dude she had a kid by. So on one hand, they gonna shit on her for being a baby mama. On the other hand, they gonna shit on her for trying to work with a man and build that person up the same shit that they complain about. I don't know, bro. The struggle love shit. And even
I got a question, D. I got a question, right?
All right, holla at me.
Because you said the women are not willing to put in the work. Wait, what makes you say they're not willing to put in the work? Like why do you say that?
The women willing to put in the work. That's the problem. When women do put in the work, the community as a whole, these be the like, look, bro, it be the incels and the bums and the old motherfuckers. They be like, girl, you working with that nigga? Girl, you working with that nigga? Look, on some real shit. I talk about what's the dude name? Who wrote the Black Panther, bro? What's that nigga name?
The movie or
the director? One of the people that
wrote the books.
Ryan Coogler. Ryan Coogler, before he married his wife, when they was still in college and all that different stuff, she bought him a MacBook and shit. This nigga couldn't afford a MacBook to save his life, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to shit on him. Clearly, that nigga worth a lot of money now. But how many
still with
women?
Her, right?
You say what?
He's still with her, right? Like how Denzel's still with his wife, right?
Yeah, they married. They married, bro. So like when he was writing those stories like Fruitvale Station and all that shit for free, bro, imagine a woman. How many women right now, if they got online and said, man, I bought this nigga a $2,000 machine and I haven't got paid off. Like she didn't see the benefits from that fucking move for years, bro. But
bro,
it's gonna
be ain't nothing. I don't heard women say they wouldn't even support. They wouldn't even do the Denzel thing. They wouldn't even do that. And this is Denzel Washington. This is the greatest black actor ever. And they said that they wouldn't even support him. I'm like, yo, y'all try minds.
And bro, that's how they would be. Like they would need a guarantee outcome, right? Like yeah, I bought a MacBook if I know for a fact he gonna become Ryan Coogler and make the Black Panther. But when she bought that shit, you thought that she was like, yeah. As she in the Apple store, I know for a fact that about 4 or 5 years from now, he gonna meet Michael B. Jordan. They gonna do Fruitvale Station. Then about another 4 or 5 years to that, Chadwick Boseman gonna team up and they gonna create like one of the biggest movies of all time as far as how much money that they brought in. Come on, there's no way in hell she knew that. She had faith in him though. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. She had real faith in him, and I just wonder how many people tried to really knock her off of that. Like knock her off that square, and then they end up coming up together and they still married. You know what I'm saying? Like that's real nigga shit. In the community that we got on like today, bro, we got the fake ass, like it's like I told you before, we got the old niggas that's telling you about shit. And listen, we got one old nigga, he not married at all. He can't keep a bitch save his life. Got money, he got all the stuff going on for him. And then we got the other old niggas. We wouldn't want they outcome if, you know what I'm saying, if it was for free, nigga. Like your wife is not the kind of wife that we want to come home to. Your life is boring. It's not entertaining. It's not fun. You know what I'm saying? These are the people that's really having a problem with quote unquote struggle love. And this last thing I'm gonna say before I let y'all chop back in, best. A lot of these niggas, relationships and marriages are built on struggle love. That's what they're not telling y'all.
Bingo.
That's what they not telling y'all.
That's actually what they prefer and crave, and that's a great segue. Let me get straight to the comments because I got some slides. Daryl came up here for Mr. Best. You the spiciness is contagious now.
Yeah, I know. But let's just stay away from subs, and let's stay away from even mentioning people. You know what I'm saying? Let's not even do that because I don't want nobody getting in their feels.
Who
You know
be
what I'm saying?
easy? Who you sub?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just speaking in general. Let's just
Okay, yeah, I was
keep
gonna
it.
say, damn,
Yeah, let's
did
keep
I
it
mention
generic as hell.
somebody?
Let's try to keep it generic as hell because I know how people getting their feels.
Exactly. Yeah. So just a disclaimer: this discussion is generalized. It's not pointing towards anyone.
Yes,
Even if we
yes.
respond to your comment, we are assessing the point, not the person. You know what I mean? So we don't got no personal grudge against anybody. But let me just
I
run
don't
through
got no
the.
personal grudge. I would like to hear Vic come up here. He said he wanted to like he had a bull. Come on, man. Let's keep it a beam. Vic, you can't fuck with me. Let's keep it a beam, bro.
All right, bro. No.
But my
Okay.
We
bad, be
So
can't.
easy.
let
Keep going.
for sure. All right. So let me see where we left off. I'm gonna just run through the comments real quick. I
Hold on,
appreciate
hold
you,
on,
BE. What's up,
hold on
Mr.
1 second.
Best?
I'm gonna put a pause on that. D, you know how we do, bro. We can't do that. You know what I'm saying? We gotta keep it. We gotta keep it general. I know he said something in the comments. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna holler at him backstage. I'm gonna let y'all keep rocking. All right, but please, no more interaction between y'all two. Okay, we can't have that. You know what I mean?
Yo,
I
your
gotta
house,
keep it
your
peaceful.
rules, my brother. Your house, your
Yeah,
rules.
you can stay up here, but let me holler at him backstage. I'm gonna call him.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
All right.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Best, because it really ain't worth derailing, pun intended. It really ain't worth derailing the conversation with my boy Darrell up here. You know what I mean? So and I got some other slides, so I definitely need him to cook. Man, if y'all got shit to talk in the chat, don't be a keyboard warrior. Leave that for another time, or give it to Mr. Best. He good at moderating these beefs. This ain't the spot for it. Not tonight. And it says Mr. Best is on Spirit Beast mode. Now he on Spirit Moderator mode. So it's like, shout out to Mr. Best. And it looks like he dropped down, but he'll be coming back. Sugar Bum says, I love my bonnet. Get them likes up. Definitely get them likes up. Yeah, if you stay ready, you don't gotta get ready. Princess K said, you know it's real when your man just casually walks into the bathroom to pee while you're doing your hair or self-care in front of the mirror. That is relationship goals, right? For you to just, squat and take a dump while your girl over there fixing her mascara, you over there blowing up the
Man, if
bathroom.
you had a real relationship, that shit happens. Real talk.
You speaking from experience?
Man, hell yeah, bro. If you ever like, I mean, shit, yeah. I mean, I've been in plenty of relationships when if I'm about to go out, let's say like I'm going out at a club with a female and her friends. We get a hotel room downtown Detroit. I've been in situations where the girl's taking a piss. I need to come in, I might have to, like, let's be real, bro. Everybody's smoking inside hotels. I ain't want to say it like that, but it is what it is. Nobody really give a fuck about hotel fees and shit. You go in there, you smoke, you have a good time, you drink. But usually I smoke in the bathroom, so I don't give a fuck if a girl peeing or not. Like, she my girl, I'm walking right in that bitch. I'm sparking my blunt. I'm gonna let her do her thing. But that's how I'm gonna do me. But normally though, I ain't gonna lie. In a normal situation in the house, because we got multiple bathrooms, that's kind of like that's kind of trash. But if you don't got multiple bathrooms, then it is what it is.
You like that? That may be the real issue to address, right? And then let's go to Princess K next comment. Some don't want to do the work because they don't even know what they want. You ask them, what do you want beyond the basic, kind, thoughtful, intellectual, etc. And it's like, and y'all can see the face. So let's see what else we got here. It says facts, Daryl. Like how they do Sierra and Russell. Look at the former Tia Mowry. Her husband was homeless and on the streets when she met him. She helped to build himself up. Shout out to Tia Mowry. I know Sister was fire. I even used to watch their brother, Smart Guy. That was dope. But that is an anomaly, Princess K. Shout out to all of the beautiful people that would be willing to build someone up, to help someone come up out the mud and clean them off. I don't believe that's the majority of people. I think that's more the minority of people that would be willing to do that comfortably. But shout out to anyone that is willing to show that type of love, compassion, and commitment to another person. So let me see. Okay, cool. Looks like we got Razik in the building. All right, so let's just go to the next slide. I know Mr. Best will be back up here soon, but since we got the chat, and you are the perfect person for me to ask this. And I would love for everyone in the chat to chime in, especially the women. Even though this question is posed towards the men, I believe. Who should come first in a man's life? We have the wife. We have the mother. We have the baby mama if she's not a wife. We have the side chick, and we have the daughter. Daryl, this might be a tough question for you, or it might be easily. You probably could just rattle it off right now without even thinking. However, some people may not be able to answer this question so easily. So who should come first in a man's life? This question is posed to the panel and the chat. Let's hear it. What you got, Daryl?
All right. So by the time a man has any children, your children gotta come before everybody. That's just the way that works. Um, but it's gonna make people mad after this because for me, after my daughter, I'm not married, but even if I had a wife, like if I had to save my wife or or my mother, it's gonna be a real hard one. It's gonna be a real hard one. I mean, I don't know, bro. For me, I just know my daughter coming first. Um, I'm not really interested in having no side chicks. So side chicks like they don't hold no weight with me, no matter what. Um, baby mama. I mean, if you got a wife and a baby mama too, the wife is always gonna come before the baby mama because she honored you with God. But yo, like you only get one mom. You can get multiple wives. You can get multiple women that want to help you build and do all the rest of this shit. But a mom, you only gonna get one person who brought you into the world. That's just the facts, bro. And as far as my children, my daughters come before everybody. My sons come before everybody. I only get one mom, so she right after my children and the wives and baby mamas. I got major love for the women who brought my sons and daughters into the world, but they always come behind my mother and my daughters and my sons for that matter. In my opinion, that's just me though.
So my bad. I was trying to pay attention to the chat. So who did you say overall was the most important, or who should come in first?
The baby's most important more than everybody else for sure. The children are
So you
always most
believe your
important.
daughter comes before your wife?
Absolutely.
So if you happen to be cooking dinner for the family, who would get the first plate, your daughter or your wife?
I wouldn't be serving, but if I was serving plates first and it was my daughter and my wife at the table, I'm giving my baby girl her food first. I mean, for me as a father, like your natural decision making skills are automatically gonna feed you. Like you're gonna feed the babies first. Like that's like a mama like that's like a mother bear feeding her cubs. Like before she go feed like her husband. You're gonna always feed the little ones first. And then I mean it's not like it's gonna be like 2-3 hours later, like you're gonna put one plate right there. You're probably gonna present both plates at the same time, if being perfectly honest. If you can make both plates, you can serve them in both hands and keep going. But no, that's just the way I look at it. I would prefer to put my to serve my children first.
Yeah, I appreciate that explanation. I would love for the chat to chime in. Who should come first in a man's life? And then also, if you have a son, don't just think about it from your husband standpoint. Also think about it if you have a son. Who should come first in your son's life? Should his mom come first? Should his wife come first? If he doesn't have kids, should he put his wife before his mom? So it's a lot of other nuanced questions that could arise just from the simple imagery right here. I think it does depend on different people, where they are in their life, what their values are, because I think a single man would have a different answer towards a married man. A single man may say, hey, it's his mother. A married man may clearly say that it's his wife, or he may clearly say that it's his daughter. And I mean, it may be some twisted dudes to say the side chick is most important, because I've seen people say side chicks have saved the marriage before. I've heard this sentiment before.
Hey, some women have said that too now.
Who'd you say said that?
Some women have thanked the side chicks. Some women have.
Exactly.
I know that sounds crazy, but I've heard this before. I'm gonna say for me, right? I'm gonna stir some controversy with this one. I don't even care. Listen, it ain't nobody on that list that come first. You know who come first? You know who come first as far as people? Me. Me, numero uno. Me.
Hold on, Mr. Best. Is that you being a narcissist, or
Maybe.
you just self-preservation?
Maybe a little bit of both. I may be guilty of both. But you know what I mean? Listen, if you are not healthy first, if you're not waking up doing your workouts first, drinking your water first, you know what I mean? Getting your fruits and veggies on, taking your vitamins or your probiotics first. You ain't take care of you first, then guess what? You see all the people on the screen, you ain't gonna be able to do nothing for none of them. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff that you may want to do or maybe thinking of be doing, it's not gonna happen. You have to come first, and that's what men always forget. Women don't forget that. Women know. Like when they wake up, shoot, it don't matter. It don't matter if the whole house is dirty. She gonna make sure her hair look the same way. She gonna make sure that certain things are gonna be a certain way before she even do anything else. Okay, before she even fry that egg, you to have breakfast. Oh, she gonna do a little touch up with herself. Whether she gotta use the bathroom or whatever she gotta do, take a quick little freshen up shower. Trust me, I know. Okay, they are going to make sure that they are taken care of first. Okay, when they first wake up, they gonna make sure that they are okay. All right, and whatever the topic is struggle of, Mr. Killen, in whichever way that is, you know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Yeah, as a man, you better take care of yourself first. You know what I mean? Now the side chick, I'm just gonna completely ignore that. Nobody should even be caring about that. That person don't even matter. But as far as the main four, to me, they all on equal. They're all on equal. They're all on equal footing. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not gonna treat one better than the other, and I'm not gonna provide for one and not provide for the other. Like I'm gonna make
Okay.
sure my kids taken care of. I'll make sure my woman taken care of. I'll make sure. Wait, why is it? Okay, is that the baby mama?
Yeah, it says baby mama if she's not a wife. And some people do have
Oh,
wives and baby mamas. So that's what I'm saying.
yeah, yeah.
It
You
it
got to take. Listen, if you're in that predicament, you better be taking care of all of them the same. Okay, making sure that everything. Make sure that you dot the T's and crossing the. You dotting the I's, crossing the T's. Okay, because remember, you a man. You put yourself in a situation. You know what I'm saying? These women didn't ask for you to be doing what you're doing, but now that you're in a situation, you got to step up to the plate. You know what I'm saying? You got to do that, which is why I don't really have kids, okay? Because that's a lot of responsibility. That's another income that you gotta, basically take care of. So, yeah, if you're gonna put yourself in that predicament, then you better be able to take care of all them people. You know what I mean? So
right.
that's just what it is. But if it's just normal, where it's just your wife, your daughter, and your mom, which is just like more of a normal scenario, then yeah, I would just take care of them equally. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me just run through a couple comments and then I have another, element for y'all to expound on about this imagery. So Wally says it's his daughter. He like, nope, my little baby, she coming first. Miss Quantum says according to the Bible, it's the wife. Sugar Bum says it's the wife. And let's see. Hold on.
Amy, I did answer the question. I said it's me. Okay, I answered the
He did
question.
say he
You
did
must
say it's
not you
him.
must not be listening, but I answered the question. All
Razik
right.
said
I
women.
created a new slide on my own.
Oh, I mean, this could be a whole nother discussion right here. Razik says women and children eat first in that exact order. So he said women and children. So it sounds like the wife, then the child should eat in that order, according to Razik. Hold on. It's a lot of comments coming through in here. Side chicks get no love. My mom is non-existent. Princess K said, you know what you're doing in this conversation. You know what? I do know.
You damn sure
Wife
does.
only, no baby mothers. So I would say this, since we on the topic of struggle love, how could these different relationship dichotomies lead to the struggle of love, right? I've seen, with some women having son husbands, they may get a little jealous or envious that their son is giving more love to their wife, and vice versa. The wife may be saying, hey, I'm the wife, why are you giving more love to your mother? I've even heard it say, hey, I'm your wife, why are you giving more love to your children? You're the one who made the vows to me, not the children. So do you think there's like a tug of war for the love with
That only happens
different
because of lack of
relationships?
leadership. It only happens because of lack of leadership, be easy. So I'm gonna answer your question and Tammy's question at the same time. So yes, Tammy, what I would do, right, is that who comes first? Nobody comes first. They all gonna be treated equally the same. Okay? And the reason why I say that, and I'm gonna piggyback off of that, and I'm gonna answer the easy question, why I say it's a lack of leadership. Listen, I told my own mama when she asked about my dealings with women, I said, that ain't none of your business. Mind your business. This is my mother. I told her, mind the business. Okay? You gotta set boundaries. All right? You can't be afraid to set boundaries. All right. When you was growing up and you try to get in your parents' business, what they told you, stay in the child's place, right? There's placement in life. There's boundaries in life. You know what I mean? And you can't. And when you try to break those boundaries, there's a lot of things that happen. A lot of bad things that happen. Okay, things are gonna be all out of order. So with me, I don't want to have things out of order. Okay, and I'm not gonna have dysfunction in my home. As a man, you can't have dysfunction. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. You can't have dysfunction. And as a man, you got to maintain functionality. You got to maintain balance. You got to maintain order within your home. You know what I mean? So you can't be having your wife fighting in the parking lot with your mom and your mom fighting with your daughter. You can't be having all of that. You put everybody in the same place. Listen, this is what it is. This is what it's gonna be. You don't ask about that. You don't ask about that, and you don't ask about that. You know what I'm saying? And you set the parameters and rules. And once you do that, shit, ain't nobody gonna do nothing after that. You know what I mean? Because you set an authority and rule. That's what men got to do more now. We got to set authority, rule, and dominion over our homes. You know what I mean? Yeah, we can laugh and joke and have fun. I love to do that. But when it comes to the real ish, I'm not playing. When I say what I say, and when I land my staff on the ground as a king and that whole damn house shake, you know what I said, what I meant, and that rule is set, and it ain't gonna be broken unless I'm no longer the king of that home. But as long as I'm the king, this is what's gonna be done, and this is how it's gonna be done, and that's it. Us men, we talk too much, man. We talk too much, and we. Oh well, I don't want to tell my mom to mind her business. Oh, that's my wife. No, she's gonna get feelings. No, you gotta tell your wife, look, hey, mind your business too. Don't be asking me about, oh, why does your mom feel this way? Don't worry about what my mom feels. You worry about what you're doing with me and you. Don't worry about her. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna be my mom. You know what I mean? She's gonna do what she gotta do. And that's it. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? And then, once you check everybody, you let everybody know what it is, they'll fall in line. But that's just a lack of leadership. Men don't want to be checking. We got to check women sometimes. When we don't do that, everything goes away. And that's what it is.
So, so I know Tammy is saying you didn't answer the question. So let me just try.
I already talked to Tammy about that. It's done. I already answered that.
No, I thought that was funny though. But yeah, you can continue to opine or Daryl, you can get in there. But I'm just saying, have you guys heard about, that different I could say contention between who actually deserves that number one spot? See, there's one thing for the man to say, hey, look, my mother comes first or my wife comes first. And we just focus on the individual decision, of said leader. But there is a relationship brewing, kind of behind the scenes where the mom may be mad at the wife and jealous of the wife. The wife may be jealous and feel that the husband spends too much time with his mom and he's a mama's boy. The daughter or the child may think that, hey, I didn't ask to be here, so why are you spending so much time, with your wife or your mother when you need to be raising me as a kid? Could you guys speak to those dynamics of the relationships, how that could, contribute to the struggle of either hurting or helping it?
You mean like what specifically? Just so I'm clear on that.
Okay, so with your baby mother, I'm just using an example. It doesn't have to be your specific case. I'm just using this to lay it out to you. So with your baby mother, could it possibly be that there's a struggle with your mother and your mother believes that you should be spending more time with her? You should be helping your mom more than, laid up with your wife, and vice versa. You may be over there helping your mom a lot, always fixing stuff around the house, always going on outings with your mom. And your wife could feel that time that you're spending with your mom should have been time with your family, because there is something called immediate family. Typically, that's your wife and kids, and that's separated from, your, parental and, ancestral family. Or it could just be all together as family. So I'm essentially just asking you, have you seen any type of conflict or contention between, not just you specifically, just anyone in general, between the mothers of childs versus, the kids versus your mother?
I haven't dealt with that personally, but I have seen women that really cling to their child a little bit too much. I more see this in women who they try to make choices for their daughter like they're in the relationship. And I've seen men get frustrated with those women because listen, if I'm going to be, and I do hold this sentiment, if I have to wait for you to make choices with your mom, I might as well be fucking her too, right? Luckily I haven't experienced that personally though. But that's what I usually tell my homies if they find themselves in a situation where, you know, the mother is on some bullshit, even they mom. Like, bro, your mom shouldn't be talking about you got to spend more time with her than you got to spend more time with like your kid and your baby mama or your kid and your wife. To me, like we got to have boundaries, and as men, we got to set boundaries or we got to enforce them. Either way, whichever way we got to go about it. But I think it is a problem, especially with those mothers who end up lonely. They have no husband at home. Their whole purpose is being a grandma, and their whole life is taking care of their kid. Like, those type mothers, in my opinion, can be very toxic, very detrimental to their sons and their daughters and the outcomes of those relationships. Because a lot of these people, they're not really pushing these people to really come together. And a lot of the case, bro, we got parents who are just so fucking toxic, broken, insecure, liars. I can keep going and going and going, but that's not all of them. You know what I'm saying? But that's just me though, bro. If me personally, if I got to deal with your mom and she want to make choices like in our relationship consistently, I might as well be hitting that pussy too, because, you know, I need you to be able to make choices on your own. I'm not really here for women who are, because to me, that's being naive for a man or a woman. If I allow my mom to come in and fuck up my situation with Christiana or anybody else or any OG, you know, in my life for that matter, then my own naivety, I'm pretty sure that's the word. My own naivety is just it's biting me in the ass, and I'm not really interested in that, bro. To me, those kind of relationships are trash, like real life trash.
Thank you for that answer, Daryl. We gonna move on. It looks like we joined by the Brody. Hold on, John. I'm gonna bring you up, but
Who is this?
just
Who is this? Who is this?
this one of my homies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Just hold tight, John. Let me just go through the comments real quick. Let's see what we got. Y'all are active in the chat. Shout out the chat.
Yeah.
They
Shout out brother Razik. I
crazy
see
in
him.
there.
I see him up in here.
Yeah. But since they said Best is not answering the question, I think he did say it says who should come first in a man's life. He said he should come first. So essentially a man should come first. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Daryl said that his daughter should come first. So they did answer the question, and then the other commentary is just expounding a little bit. So hold on. Mr. Razik says you quoted the Bible, then go against what it says. How does that work, bruh? Tighten up. So I'm not sure what scripture of the Bible you quoted, but they're saying
No, I didn't actually quote it. I responded to what Quantum was saying. Quantum has said that in the Bible it says that the wife should go first, and I was just responding to that comment saying that is what the Bible says. I'm just not entirely sure if I agree with it. That's all I said.
Okay, cool. All right, so we don't want to get derailed on that. So
Man,
we'll
stop
just go
saying
through
that,
these
man.
A lot of people that follow religion are angry and unmanageable. I would agree with that.
That's major.
Single, dating with no kids, then his mother comes first. And that's what I was saying. It is based on certain circumstances. The single guy is not going to have the same answer that is a married guy, in my belief. Mr. Keela says, not me. I thought religion made people happy and loving. It depends on what religion you subscribe to. Not all religions are created equal. And if the wife mom is jealous, something is lacking somewhere. Either they are all the way off themselves or you have work to do. It goes back to
Mm-hmm.
what Beth said. As a man, you have to take a stand. You do have
Exactly.
to be a leader and enforce your authority over that household.
I
It doesn't
agree.
mean that you
I
need to
agree.
be some shady dictator, but you do need to exercise a level of dominion over your household if you want respect and you want productive results. So I agree with Princess K on that. Let's see what Razik in the chat talking spicy. Shout out my nigga Razik. He always coming
Y'all can
through.
all come up. Y'all can all come up. You know how we
Y'all can
give it up
all
over
come
here.
up as long as it's all respectful.
Yeah.
Man, anybody could come up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And we just gonna get through the chats real quick, and then
Oh, shout out
before
to
I move
Sister
on,
Sunny. Don't tell me, don't tell the people. I see you, sister. I see you in the chat. I see you.
shout out to Sunny. Oh, Sunny coming through. Come first in what?
Come up,
Okay,
Sunny, if you like. Yes.
who should come first in a man's life? I think the what is his life. So who should come first
Mm.
in a man's life? And also, if you are confused about the question, if you have a son, or hypothetically you had a son, who would you think should come first in your son's life? Okay. And we have been joined. Religion is about control. Absolutely. So is politics. Most things are about control. So before I go to the next slide, we've been joined by an esteemed guest. This is a guy I know personally, my boy John Hit Different. What's happening, John? You in the building or what?
Yeah. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Going
you.
on, brother?
Yeah, what's going on, man? I'm just chiming in. I was listening a little earlier, and then I see you sent me the link, so I just hopped back in here.
Okay, cool. So the topic that we doing today is about struggle love and the different elements of struggle love, because people seem to think that it's just a universal term that you can use and it's one size fits all, but there's different elements of struggle love that needs to be evaluated and unpacked. So this slide is showing who should come first in a man's life. I know that you are a father. This dude does great work in the community and raising his kids. He's not that stereotypical deadbeat dad that the media tries to portray. He's an active father. So with all that being said, who should come first in a man's life?
Hey,
Wife,
well,
mother, baby mama, if not the wife, the side chick, or the daughter.
he say the subject. When you say come first in their life, you mean like as far as like when you wake up in the morning, who you gonna tend to first, or like what like
However you want to answer it, but I would say, like I said, the question is vague. So if you want to be general and vague in your answer, you can, because that's how the question is posed. But the way I believe it, when it says who should come first in a man's life, I think, alluding to the point that you said, when you wake up, who is that priority? Who are you worried about first? Or maybe if the house is on fire, who would you grab first? If all of these people were in the same house
gotta
and
grab
it
your
burnt down,
kids.
who would you grab first?
You gotta grab your kids as a child. A child can't, first of all, a wife or a mother or whatever, they're an adult. You know what I'm saying? So essentially the child is who's supposed to be taken care of, like, you know what I mean. Now tending to and taking care of is two different things, but I mean the children, but I mean I guess since the question is so vague, it could vary because it depends on how you're looking at it. That's why I say, like, what do you mean as far as like who? I don't understand how direct that question is, like, because they all should hold importance, but depending on certain people's situations, it's not gonna be a one answer. I don't feel like no answer is really correct because everybody has different relationships, um, just in general, whether it be with their children or their significant other or their mothers. You know, sometimes people have bad relationships with their parents. You know, you might have a you might have a parent that's a drug addict or something like that abandoned you as a child, and didn't want nothing to do with you, and you had to kind of find your way on your own, in the world. Or you got people who, the mother might have been good, but the mother of their children might have turned out to be, not up to par. So you know what I mean. So like I said, that kind of just varies. Me personally, I feel like the child is who should be put first, because that's who I'm raising up in this world. That's my responsibility. Like, at the end of the day, I want to raise my children to a point to where they can, take care of themselves, and eventually take care of me too. So, and then, I mean, somebody else could also argue that, you should come first, because if your mental health and your mind stability is not at the point, how you gonna tend to anybody? So, I mean, like I said, that's kind of like you said, it is a vague question, but I mean, and I do feel like, I don't know, when it comes to family, trying to say, like, this one's bigger or better than the other. I don't know, it's kind of hard, because, like, I feel like I love, like, I can't love my woman like I love my mother. I can't love my mother like I love my woman, and I can't love my kids like but I love them all. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, it's kind of different.
Okay, hold on, family. Before we continue, real quick. Hey, Beezy, can you remove the slide real quick? Just real quick. I do want to get back to it. I want everybody to share what they got to share. I just want to introduce one person real quick. You know what I mean? I want to introduce everybody, but I definitely want to focus on one person. I want to welcome this person to the stage. I'm gonna give him a solo layout because he deserves it. You know what I'm saying? Man, Big Rick Slash. Woo! What's up, baby? Talk to us.
What's up with it, y'all?
What's up, family? What's going on?
What up, man?
I just pulled up, man. I see Be Easy. He holding it down, bruh. I just feel, I needed to slide through real quick. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be too long, but I just want to let y'all know, bro. I really appreciate, my nigga. I appreciate what y'all did the last two strings, man, giving me that moment. Shout out to you, Princess K. Shit's just rough, man. Next time, I'm gonna definitely be in the building with you. Be easy. I ain't trying to leave you in the cold, bruh. But you doing your thing. I had to come up, you know what I'm saying, and just acknowledge everybody. You feel me? I appreciate the love too. And that's about it, man. Before nigga get emotional and shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go ahead and slide up out of here. But I appreciate y'all, man. Real talk, man. I really appreciate y'all, bro.
Hold on, Big Riggs.
Man, we appreciate
Big Riggs,
you,
before
bro.
you go, man, like, I just want to say this, man. Hey, man, we love you, my brother. You know what I mean? We understand when it comes to losing a parent. And so we just want to say, man, look, in this hard time, man, we always got you in our prayers, bro. Real talk.
Man. We got
I appreciate that, pimping, and I definitely see it and I feel it.
Nah, anytime, man.
But y'all carry out with the show. Be easy, do your thing. What's up with you, We on Lock? What's up with you, Princess K, Quantum? You know what I'm saying? It's all love, man. And rock the fuck out, you feel me? Easily rigged, man.
Yes, sir.
For sure. Hey, and before you go, Big Rig, you still there, Big Rig?
Yeah. Yep, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, before you go, since you is here, I don't know if you heard it earlier, but we did give a tribute to your pops, and we did give a moment of silence since you wasn't here. But now that you are in the building and everybody in the chat, thank y'all for being here. But my big bro is dealing with a severe loss, a tragic loss of his father. I know Princess K is also dealing with a loss as well. So we just gonna give another moment of silence just to pay the respects, you know what I mean? Because it's not just thoughts and prayers. We want to send out love too. So let's just give a moment of silence to Big Riggs, Princess K, and anyone else that's dealing with a tragedy, where they lost someone, including losing themselves. So let's
I like that. I like that.
Thank y'all so much for tuning in to Easily Rigged.
Yeah.
Thank y'all so much. And I know Big Riggs really appreciates the love. We really is here for you. Next stream, he gonna be here from start to finish. You know what I mean? But right
Wouldn't
now,
have
we
it
just
no
need
other
to
way.
send him. Yeah, we need to send him some healing energy to not only heal Riggs, but to heal ourselves. You know what I mean? Because that's what we here for. Y'all
Yeah, I
could
like
be
that.
anywhere in the world, but y'all here with us. What you
That's
got,
a
Big
fact.
Riggs? You
What's
want
that, bro?
you
What'd you
got any
say?
closing remarks before you step down?
Man, just like I said, man, I really appreciate y'all, man. I seen the engagement, you know what I'm saying, in the chat, man. That's lit, bro. I mean, you guys are really showing this new show we got going. Salute to knowledge and relationships, man. I mean, it's just gonna go up from here, man. I mean, it's in the works, and we gonna make it happen. Be easy, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate you, bro. Like being on the side of you with this shit. Next one, man, we gonna rock the fuck out, man. So that's my closing remarks, man. Much love to everybody, man. Y'all have a great night. Make sure you tell your loved ones you love them, man. Tell your friends you love them. Even if it feels embarrassing or you feel funny, man, let them know, man. I guarantee you they're gonna appreciate that shit.
Thank you, Big Riggs. And he is right about that. I know sometimes I don't know what it is. We get embarrassed or egotistical. But shout out to my bro on the panel, John Hit Different. I remember one time he randomly hit me on Instagram and was like, I just want to tell you that I love you, bro. And I had to say it back because we feel that way, but how often do we actually say it? Right. And then we try to say it afterwards when this person is
Fact.
already perished.
That's a
You know what I
fact.
mean? So tomorrow is not promised for anyone. Like literally, what are you waiting for? If you love this person, just tell them that. And when I tell my bros, my homie, my family, my niggas that I love them, I don't have to say no homo afterwards. I
That
don't
ain't
have
even
to
in my
hear the
vocabulary.
shit like that. Because this ain't the type of time we on. You know what I mean? I love everybody in the chat, everybody on this panel that's supporting and rocking with us. I don't need to say pause or no homo after. We got to get out of this shit where it's like you too embarrassed, or what if I tell my brother that I love him and it sounds this way? Well, what if you don't tell him and he passes?
That's a fact.
So yeah,
But
let's
with that being said, man, I'm gonna go ahead and tear up out of here, man. You feel me? But much love to all of y'all, man. Much love to Marcus. You feel me? Y'all just rock the fuck out, man. Get these people what they want. You know what I'm saying? That good real spill, man. Easily rigged, man.
yes, sir. I'm gonna hold it down for you. Don't
Big
even
Rick,
worry
salute
about
to you,
it.
bro. Much love. Much love to everybody in the chat. Much love to Big Rick and his family. Much love to everybody, man. Love all y'all. Thank you for
Absolutely.
supporting and rocking with us, man. But yeah, be easy. Where you want to go, baby? We here with you.
Okay,
I
cool.
want I want to welcome in
Let's get
Queen as well.
let's
Queen, good to see you. M3, good to see you. Let's rock out.
shout out to
Good to see you
Queen and
guys as well.
M3. So I'm sure they was listening in. We can still continue on because I would have loved their perspective, but I'm gonna just jump the gun a little bit forward. Then I'm gonna go straight to Queen M3, and then I'm gonna go to John, and then we can just rock out after that because we're talking about struggle love, and usually when you hear struggle love, people only think of it just in one specific instance as it's a universal term that can just be applied, you know, just in a blanket fashion. But there's different elements and different facets of the struggle love that's worth evaluating and unpacking. So let me bring up this slide right here. It shows what appears, let's just say that it looks like it's his mom. It appears that she has a belt in her hand. The boy is crying, and she says, "Stop. I can give you something to cry about. Boys and men do not cry." Where have we heard that before? And then it says years later, The dude is just over there looking off into the stars, not caring. Everything is going in one ear, out the other. And
Yeah.
she says, why can't you just show a tiny bit of emotion? Now, I want to start with Queen. This could be an example of struggle love. The struggle is this dude over here is struggling to open up, struggling to show his emotions. And then when he does show his emotions, they're usually shown in what could be perceived as a toxic way called toxic masculinity. But could this person be conditioned for that? So, Queen, what do you think about when you see this imagery on the screen?
I think of I think it's impatience. I think parents don't, you know, they teach what they're taught, you know, and I think a lot of times some parents parent out of impatience, meaning they don't want to make the time to sit and talk. They don't want to make the time to listen to how their child feels. It's just like, man, get over it. Ain't nothing wrong with you. Instead of asking, man, how was your day? What happened? What's going on? What are you feeling? Like nurturing that safe space to let down and be vulnerable, because you learn it first from your parents. And so then you can't get mad when your kid grows up and they're a teenager and they don't talk to you. They don't open up. They don't confide in you with nothing. I'm good. I'm good. Nothing. Nothing's wrong. And you can clearly see something's wrong, but you built that, you know. I didn't know Big Rig lost a parent. When I lost my mom, I lost literally my best friend. I feared her. I didn't disrespect her, but she nurtured that environment for me to let down and express myself. So yeah.
Thanks. And I will also ask too, because RIP to Big Rigs Pops, but there is certain scenarios like this where I hear people saying boys and men should not cry. But here you have, someone like my big bro, Big Rigs just lost his pops. What, he should just keep that in and not show any type of emotion? Is he lesser of a man if he's just starts bawling out crying? You know what I mean? So imagery like this, and it draws the correlation to where men don't want to open up. And if they do open up, they feel this level of vulnerability um, opens them up to be kind of stepped on or kind of ridiculed and looked at as less than a man, or, as a bit soft. Have you seen or experienced that type of sentiment, Queen?
Yeah, I mean, at my, what I do for a living, I mean, I'm a social worker, so I deal with the repercussions of this behavior. Um, look, you know, nobody here is a damn stone. You cut, you bleed. You feel, you have feelings, you have emotions. There is no way in hell anybody can just shut it off and walk around like a robot. I'm not saying some people are more emotional than others. It's okay. Nobody should ever be felt to made like they're less than because they show a little emotion that they feel. That shows that, man, like, I'm not hardened. I'm not desensitized. When you just go through life and you just show no emotion, to me, that's a desensitized, hard-hearted person. And I'm scared of those people because they snap. Everybody has that snap, crackle, and pop factor. And when you don't deal with what you feel, it's almost like the straw that hit the camel's back. That term came around for a reason, you know? And I don't think emotions is not a male or female trait. We've placed that on each other. We've demoralized people for showing emotions. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I've said it on other streams, you know. So yeah, I think you're supposed to. That's a healthy, a person who's healthy emotionally will be healthy physically, spiritually, and everything else. If your mental and your emotions aren't together and you bottling them up, shaking it up like a soda, or spinning it around the chamber like Russian roulette, it's going to pop off. It's going to pop off one day. And you better hope to everything you believe in that you're not the one who's the target. And I do want to say, I think, what was the conversation earlier about, I'm sorry, I just had a brain fart. What were you guys talking about earlier? Oh, about struggle love and who's more important, the slide
Correct.
you put up.
Who would come
And
first in a man's life?
I think everything in life is airplane mode. If I don't put my oxygen on, if I don't take care of myself, I am no good to no one else. I can do a lot for you, but if I'm sitting here running out of air, guess what? We both gonna be deleted. I have to put my mask on first. I have to take care of myself first. So I think in that scenario, I think the man comes first. If the man's not taking care of himself, he's not going to be a leader. He's not going to be a good father. He's not going to be a good nurturing son. He can't be those things because he's not being that for himself first. We have to be what we want for others. We have to be that first for ourselves before we're that for anyone else.
I totally agree. Queen, you up here cooking, but let me just move the ball over to M3 because he haven't said anything. You there, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'm still here, man.
M3, so looking at the imagery, I've actually heard you have a pretty profound opinion about these matters. So what do you see when you see this imagery? Like, what immediately comes to mind to you?
All right. Let me put out like a quick disclaimer, right? Before I say anything that's going to be off the chain, just know that I do not apologize for offending anyone or if anyone gets triggered. Okay? So, and I will use profanity on this one.
Come on,
Get in
man.
your bag, M3.
So, all right, so here it goes. All right, so look, man. Okay, this picture, man, okay, will have anybody triggered in all kinds of ways. Because I'm for sure in these communities, and here's the thing, this is not Black exclusive, okay? This is a societal type of thing, okay? Society really fucks these kids up. You know, society fucks all of us up. See, for men, man, we got it the worst, man. You know, like, we don't have that luxury to really let our guard down, to really express our emotions, to really cry out when we're feeling at our low. Now, yeah, okay, we get it. Like, you know, don't cry like a bitch over any little thing. You know, we all hopefully we have that type of common sense on that. But we're talking about young men, okay, that are struggling to articulate how they feel. And it gets worse because you have both sides of the parents. You have the father that will tell you to man the fuck up, okay? You have the mother that will tell you that big boys don't cry. You even hear the song that says big boys don't cry, okay? And society will remind you as a man, okay, that if you show any sign of emotional health, you are weak. They will look at you like a bitch. The men will look at you like a bitch, and the bitches will look at you like a bitch. Okay? And you know what the problem is? The real problem is both society as a whole. Anytime when society tries to tell young men that it's not okay to cry, that you're a pussy or you're a bitch or whatever for doing that, those are the ones that are bitches. Because they don't have that luxury. They don't have the will, okay? They don't have the bravery to just say, look, man, I'm feeling weak. My emotional health is going to ruins. And if I don't cry out right now, I'm going to delete a whole herd of people. You know? This is why you have like all these like, you know, school deleter erasers or whatever. I'll just say it like that. You know, the mass incarcerations. This is why people feel like, oh, well, shit. My only source of let out any emotion, if I just bulk up, get angry, and just beat someone's ass. And then look where it leads us to. Because both ends of society, men and women, will tell you it's not okay to cry. And they will tell you that's weak. But when you look at the top, and to me, that's not a real mother, right? That's just a real motherfucker, all right? That is telling us, that is really training, conditioning this young boy to be where he's at right now. And then the contradiction is that, dang, show some type of emotion at least. We want you to open up. We want you to let your guard down and just cry to us. Okay, well, when the men do it, how do you really react? See, it's easier for anybody to say that men need to open up and cry, but when that happens, you can't handle that shit. And if you can't handle that shit, you shouldn't open your mouth at all. Period.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And let me just highlight this one that Quantum says. That's abuse, in my opinion, telling boys not to cry and etc. This mother is setting the foundation for struggle, love, and its future. And that's why I wanted to highlight this, because this would be seeming like, what? This ain't struggle, love. What are you talking about? It's like, no, what you're setting up is for them to project their struggle love onto someone else, for them to have a distorted reality of what love actually is. They think that struggle, abuse, and verbally or physical may actually constitute as this person loves me more, or they're only doing this out of love, you know. So it does lead on to, you know, this being emotional baggage for someone else to carry. So I'm going to you, John, next. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So what do you think when you see this imagery? And I know as you being a father that has sons, you know, how do you feel about, you know, your boys crying? Do you think they shouldn't be crying because they're boys? Do you let them show emotion? Like, what is your whole take on this imagery and just boys and men crying in general?
My take on the imagery is that it's hypocrisy, because on one hand you're saying, you know, be tough, as in don't show any signs of weakness, as in emotion, and then on the other hand, you know, it's you know, you feel like the man is being cold to you, he's not doing enough, so it's kind of hypocritical a little bit, right? As far as my sons, yeah, I mean, I don't have a choice but to let them show emotion, because if a kid want to cry, they gonna cry, right? But I feel my job as a man, as a father, as a leader, is to prepare them for how the world is going to be. So even though I may feel for them in all the ways, I still have to let them know that, look, it's okay to cry, because you know, you're a human being. Besides just being, you know, a male, you know, you're human. We all have, you know, if I pinch you, you know, it's gonna hurt. You're gonna say ouch, or you're gonna have some type of reaction to it. But I just don't. I encourage them not to whine.
you know, tears coming down your face, and then you just whining and just you know, screaming, but there's not even no tears. You just crying about, you know what I mean? I don't encourage that at all, you know, because as a man in this world, crying, that's not gonna get nothing done. That's not going to ease the attack of you. That's not going to make anyone necessarily even sympathize for you. A lot of times, especially if you're a black male, I feel like there has to be a balance. Um, but you know, it's this stigma, you know, just universally that you know males are just supposed to be, you know, robots or something like that. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like you see in the second pick, when you do display, you know, that sternness and that coldness, as they would say, or whatever, you know, you're not sympathizing enough or whatnot. So you know, I just feel like it's just hypocritical, but it's very common, and I feel like it's very realistic because I feel like I can't say all women, but pretty much most of them that I know, they kind of fall in that category. Like they feel the kind of that same way. They don't want a male to be overly, you know, or I guess they like to pick and choose when you're being overly sensitive towards something or whatever, and then when you're not, it's like, oh, you just cold hearted, you know. So I think it's important, you know what I mean, to embrace children, you know, to express themselves. Because, like somebody said, I don't know what her name is earlier, but she was just talking and she was saying, you know, you don't want somebody to just hold everything in and they just snap. Like, you know what I mean? That's eventually what's going to happen. So it's like you kind of gotta, you know, you gotta embrace, you know, humanity as far as just, you know, we all have emotions in general, but all that whining and just, you know, no, I don't encourage that at all. You know, I try to like anytime if my sons is just whining about something, bro, I'm gonna tell them, hey, man up, bro. You know what I mean? That's not how we get things done. You know, we're about solutions. We're not about just crying about something. You know, whatever you're crying about, okay, now you need to think because as a man, you don't want to react emotionally. You can have emotions and you can get emotional, but you shouldn't react emotionally. You should react logically. And when you get emotions, you know, when your emotions run high, logic goes out the window. So that's my take on that.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that take. And I'm coming to Mr. Daryl Long. I know this gentleman has a lot to say about this matter because let me give a salutations to Daryl right now. This if there was a picture of wearing your heart on a sleeve, it would be Daryl Long. You know what I mean? Like Daryl Long is not afraid to show how he truly feels and to say how he truly feels. And I know some people respect him for it, some people ridicule for him. I'm the type that respect him for it because a lot of people that have something to say is usually faceless trolls. They won't cam up. They on here, they won't even put a picture of an avatar. So I would never try to denigrate someone that's confident and courageous enough to show their true feelings and true emotions because like John just said and like Queen said, we're not robots, right? I don't want to be around someone that's devoid of emotion and energy, you know what I mean? That's just like a zombie. And if I want to see zombies, I'll watch The Walking Dead. So Daryl, you can chime in on anything you heard in the imagery, like what first comes to mind.
I appreciate that too. So for me, like you said, I pretty much wear my whole life out like an open book, bro. You know what I mean? My wins, my losses, even if we calling these things losses, man. Um, Listen, when boys are taught to not truly speak on how they feel, right? A whole bunch of bullshit happen afterwards, right? And Queen hit it right on nose better than anybody else. Queen was talking about how this shit is going to come out of us one way or another. This pain, the sorrow, the happiness, the joy, these are all emotions that we should express because we just human, like Princess K said. But like the image says, the woman is saying, hey, stop. I can give you something to cry about. Boys and men don't cry. And then years later, why can't you just show me a tiny bit of emotion? Because he been practicing on not looking soft and practicing on looking tough. But you see, to me, the reason why I be so transparent, and I do get a lot of ridicule for it, I'm talking about, like, as you guys already know, tons of ridicule for it. But a lot of that shit come from insecure people. Like, the people who really judge me on being myself and open it up to people, when I genuinely tell you that these are people who are unhappy with their own outcomes, and that's like, they have more fun criticizing my emotions than they actually do living their own lives. I think that it's very immature, it's very discouraging, it's very detrimental to the Black community when we got men who don't know how to balance their emotions, to be genuine about what they're going through, about how they feel. And then a lot of niggas are out here doing stuff because they want to feel bigger than what they actually are. They want to feel more formidable than what they actually are. Right? So, and you know, that's my thing about the whole situation is, you know, and best, I apologize about, you know, my back and forth with Vic earlier, because it wasn't even about that. But he one of them dudes, right? He one of them dudes that'll say, well, let me talk about somebody that's going through, and you don't even know the situation. You know what I mean? And again, shout out to Be Easy for speaking on that, because, you know, the way I looked at it, Be Easy, is I'm watching dudes talk about a situation where it's like, bro, I lost a girl more beautiful than any woman you ever had in your life. If we being honest, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So I see a lot of, like I said, I see a lot of this coming from, and it sounds crazy, and on YouTube it comes from older people. In real life, this is just a normal thing. Like, they don't want niggas feeling nothing. I just refused a long time ago not to speak my mind, not to say, you know, I don't like the situation, fuck that situation. I love this person, and I'm not gonna feel ashamed about it. Or I support a certain group of people, I'm not gonna feel ashamed about it. But it's not even just like, this applies to so many different things, bro. It low-key make no sense. There's dudes who, they won't support like the LGBTQ community because of they worry about how people are going to judge them about their emotions, how people are going to treat them emotionally about it. You gay, you must be gay if you support them. You a simp and you a beta. You fell in love with the wrong woman, you a beta. But like, I don't know, bro. For me in this space, as long as I've been in it, those things are like, I haven't had nobody who's happy in their real life come to me. Like, the people who they wake up, they're married, they show their wives off, they show their husbands off, they show their lives off. It's usually the people who genuinely like losers, and they immature themselves, they weak, they unformidable. When I say unformidable, not just like on some street shit, but their personality and their character is unformidable. So they gonna do whatever that they need to do to get any attention from anybody, because they got their own insecurities, bro. Anybody, any mother or father who tell a young Black man or girl not to be transparent about how they feel, you're not protecting them by doing that. Like, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say, because the other day I did a show, and Truth in their favor, me and him kind of got into it about that, about, well, you shouldn't be in certain spaces like YouTube talking about certain stuff you're going through, because people are gonna weaponize it against you, and you can't be mad when people do that. But then, like, to me, all of that is crazy, because being the person that has been villainized for stuff I said, I see people do give a fuck about, you know, what you say on YouTube. If I was to get on my live right now and get off y'all shit and start talking about people's wives again, people will watch, but then they would criticize me. And listen, I'm just saying, bro, we got to express all of our emotions, you know what I mean, in a healthy way, if possible. That's the way I look at it. That's why when Vic said what he said, I said, hey, come up and talk to me. Don't leave no stuff in the chat. Come up and talk to me. For whatever reason, maybe Best called him, he didn't want to do it. but it was no conversation to be had in the first place because you talking about something that you really don't know, you don't know shit about. And if I like Be Easy, when I tapped in with you, if I was to really get on here and really speak my mind and really speak my feelings, there'd be a whole bunch of hurt feelings and a whole bunch of Christians upset. So the way, not to keep ranting, but what I would suggest men to do is focus on being more transparent with people who are genuine, because when you transparent with people who are not, and then they weaponize that against you, just like what Queen said, we're only gonna take one or two paths. We're gonna go to war. We're gonna say, man, them niggas little niggas, it don't even matter what they saying. But most times we gonna go to war, and that's just what it is.
All right, but yeah, let's move on from the situation. I mean, hopefully you and that brother get things resolved, but we're gonna move on. We ain't talking about that no more. We're moving on. Salute to you. Salute to him. Let's move on.
Yep, and it's right on you, Mr. Ben. So you could take it away so we can move to the next slide.
I'll say this. I've experienced that, and the effects it do affect you later on. You know what I mean? And it affects the dynamic that you have and you build with other women. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because if you were taught just to kind of really not care or not to show emotion, then that's what you're gonna do. You know what I mean? And then you like, well, I thought that's what we're supposed to do. You know what I mean? But it's not. You know what I mean? Everybody needs to be able to express whatever they feel in a healthy environment. You know what I'm saying? And peep what I'm saying. Everybody needs to be able to express what they feel in a healthy environment. If the environment is not healthy, then you should then definitely remove yourself from that environment. That's the problem. We keep putting ourselves in toxic environments, such as this YouTube. Okay, YouTube is not a safe space. You know what I'm saying? You can find a channel that can become a safe space for you, and that's a beautiful thing. But for the most part, YouTube is not built on that. YouTube is built on, subscribers count, your view counts, and whether you're getting monetized or not. And within that, if you are following the YouTube regulations and their standards, everything else is whatever. You know what I mean? So there's not the safe space for that, man. It's really not. So I think we just got to be wise in how we want to move out here. You know what I'm saying? But the path that you take, you know what I'm saying? As D was saying, and as a lot of people were saying as well, the path that you take, you know what I mean? You got to be willing to deal with the outcome of that. You know what I'm saying? Because you already know what it's going to bring. You already know how people are going to feel. You know how people are going to view you. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? You can't, if you're gonna jump in a frying pan, you can't get mad at it's hot. Because that's what it's going to be. You know what I mean? So YouTube is that frying pan. You jump in it, it's going to get hot for you. You know what I mean? So just understand, when you jump in this element, make sure you know what you're doing. You know what I mean? Make sure that you are creating the content that you believe you should create, not what somebody else is telling you to create, because there's a lot of content creators, man, y'all controlled by different people. Hell, y'all controlled by your spouse. I don't get that. But y'all controlled by your parents. You're controlled by so many different people. Like, I don't understand. Can't nobody control my content. I'm going to do what I feel is best. You know what I mean? Which is going to make me best in the world. And that's who I am. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Just get back to the point. You know what I mean? Find an environment where you can emotionally be vulnerable, that's safe and that's healthy. You know what I mean? Especially for us men, because we are not told to do that. We're told to suck it up, get over it, move on, and work. Work until you ain't here no more. You know what I mean? So that you could provide and you could have and you could give stability and different luxuries and items to your families, and that's what love is. But it's deeper than that. It's way deeper than that, as we know.
Yeah, it's way deeper than that. And Mr. Best, don't mute up just yet, because since everyone else gave some very astute and lengthy responses, I want you to also lead off with this next one, because it's the perfect transition. So when we're talking about holding in emotions and not being able to express emotions, I heard Queen, Daryl, and John say it, that ultimately, I'm paraphrasing, but you're setting people up to promote and perpetuate all of the toxicity of struggle love. You may not see it as that way, but when you go on to another relationship, they have to unpack that. So I'm going to bring this imagery up, and you can see one dude is the old relationship. He's standing there like, look, good riddance, bye, Felicia. You got Felicia in the middle holding all sorts of emotional baggage. Is it all her baggage? Is she carrying some of his baggage too? And then you got the new relationship. It looks like he's accepting of the baggage, or maybe he's trying to push the baggage away. That's up for speculation. But what is not up for speculation is when you dealing with these elements of struggle love and this unaddressed trauma, if you don't address it, if you don't seek help, professional and or otherwise, you're doing a disservice to yourself and the person that you plan on, marrying or just, being a partner to. What do you say about this imagery of emotional baggage from an old relationship to a new relationship? And how does this relate to struggle love, Mr. Best?
Man, I think that happens a lot. You know what I mean? Especially with women, because with women, they are told that even though they may have a whole crap load of emotional issues or mental issues or whatever, that it's okay. It's okay, girl. You know what I mean? We give them a whole bunch of excuses. You know what I mean? And then they try to justify that and how they feel and what they do. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times it's them that's the problem. You know what I mean? It may not be their fault of why all the baggage happened. There may be past traumas or different things that have happened in their life that have affected them. You know what I'm saying? So I definitely get that. It may not be caused by them completely. But now that you have all this going on, I mean, what you're gonna do? I mean, are you gonna go seek some help? Or are you gonna go seek some counseling? Or are you gonna keep moving on from man to man? A lot of times they keep moving on from man to man, right? So as they're moving on from man to man, what's gonna happen is each man's gonna be affected, and then they're gonna just move on, right? You know what I mean? And then they just make a bunch of excuses. Well, he was not doing this, or well, he did that, or it's gonna be a whole bunch of excuses, and they just won't never accept responsibility for what they did, right? If a man, if you doing that, if you out here, if you moving and grooving a certain way, we already say, yo, I'm moving and grooving this way. I already know what it is. I done did this, I done did that, blah, 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 and talk to this chick, that chick, blah, blah, blah. We as men, we will say that in a heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? We don't hold no bones about who we are and what we do in our relationships with women. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just gonna say what it is. Well, women, that's not the case. It's not the case. It's not. You know what I mean? They're not gonna say everything. And then as you dig more, because you start to see something, like, wait, hold on. Wait, she did that on Wednesday, but then on Friday she doing this, and then Saturday, like, this ain't adding up. You know what I mean? Like, something not right with this picture. You know what I'm saying? Why her kids? Why all their shoes dirty? Or like every single shoe is just dirty. Like, what is going on here? But yeah, she's working all the time. Like, what's really going on? You know what I'm saying? So you start to figure things out. You know what I mean? But sometimes as you by the time you figure things out, you probably maybe already into this chick, and then damn, like, now you gotta have these awkward ass conversations, which she should have just told you the truth from the beginning of everything that she was going through and everything that she done been through or whatever else. You know what I'm saying? But that don't happen because women are told that when they have trauma, it is okay. That a man need to put up with it. You know what I mean? That, the women go through a lot and they go through this and they go through that. So we as men we got to put up with it. You know what I mean? Love her through it. You a man, right? Love her through it. So I think that's really the issue. With men, there is no excuses. Ain't no lovers through it. It's you a man, you messed up, and you got to take responsibility for everything you did. So that's what it is.
Nah, I disagree with you.
All right, I'm about to go right to you, Queen. I literally was about to call you out, but I just want to read Quantum's comment where it says the second dude looked like he cares enough to at least reach out to her. Old dude definitely needs to grow up. Now, just based on her comment and based on the imagery, her old relationship, I mean, the nigga do look a little petty, you know what I mean? With his arms crossed, like, yeah, you feel me? Get on. And then the new dude, Basically, the old dude looked like Future, and the new dude looked like Russell Wilson. You know what I
Can I
mean?
can I
So
can I say something real quick?
I
It's
just
real
literally
quick,
thought
BZ.
of that.
It's real quick, BZ. I'm super quick. I'm gonna be less than 30 seconds. I promise. You know what I mean? If I can say something real quick, I want to interrupt Queen. I just want to address Quantum real quick. Listen, ain't nobody got to help you do anything. Okay? He don't have to help you with nothing. He's not your family. He ain't your pappy. He ain't your uncle, your cousin, nothing like that. He ain't your brother. He ain't got to help you with shit. Okay? You don't have to. You got to make sure you get that handled. Go seek you a therapist, counselor, preacher, socialite, politician, whoever you need to inspire you. You know what I'm saying? Because he ain't got to do nothing. You know what I mean? He can just move on to the next. You know what I mean? In fact, he's a sucker for even trying to help you with all that. Because I'm not doing it. I'm not.
Queen, I know you got a lot of spice.
What did you just say?
He said he ain't helping her with nothing.
That's
Like, you
cap.
gotta unpack your own
Stop.
baggage, deal
Stop.
with your own trauma.
That
no
ain't
cap.
that ain't true. Stop.
Ain't no
Come
cap.
on. Yeah, it is.
Ain't no
Stop.
cap.
Yeah, it is.
No, it ain't.
Anyway, it's
Nobody
not
got to help you with
about.
none of that.
Hold on. Stop. I don't know what you're talking about. You talking real crazy, real fast on here tonight.
Y'all wouldn't like say I said what I said.
Anyway, you're talking real crazy, and you already know it. That's why you laughing. So stop the BS.
No, ain't no BS. I
Stop
said
the BS.
what I said.
Stop.
Queen, can you
No,
make a
yeah,
point?
okay.
We have a panel here.
Whatever.
Can you make a point?
Anyway, I'm
I got
not
the
worried
time on the
about
back.
you.
I got a timer in the back for you.
Hey, if you ain't putting no timer for nobody else, you ain't putting no timer for me. This be easy show. This ain't your show. So back down.
Listen, you got timers for a
fall in
reason.
line.
You got
Anyway,
timers.
let me talk. Be quiet. Mute your mic. One mic. Anyway, so
I ain't gonna
Come
lie,
on,
that was
anytime
funny
on
with
that.
the timer, bro.
yeah, okay. All I gotta say is that yes, I do believe that when you have relationships and there were things that happen, it is very important not to just move on like you change your socks, because you are wounded, you have trauma, depending on what's happened. And I think it's a lot of times people don't give themselves time to reflect. Now, when you look at him, the old relationship, you don't know what he did to her. You don't know how he treated her. You don't know if he abused her. You don't know if he, gave her, deposits that she needed to go to the clinic for. You don't know what's happened. All you see is her walking away with all this baggage on her back and him standing there with this look. So I don't think it has anything to do with someone being a simp or a sucker or whatever else. When you're in a relationship with someone, sometimes, and I do believe that it's not a gender that doesn't deal with their drama or their baggage. I think both people have baggages, that they carry. Some are bigger than the others. Some are more difficult than others. Some are more lighter than others. But we all carry baggages. We all have wounds from the war called life and relationships. So one is not more than the other. But I think sometimes, I know from the field I'm in, I'm going to use that as an example. Sometimes women at times can be very unaware of the trauma because they got through it. So they think that they're over it. They think that, oh, I'm good. Both people. So if you get through something hard, you're like, oh, I'm good. I'm still standing, until there's something that happens to you later on that triggers you. Why am I acting like that? Wow, I didn't even realize that. It's like traumas from your childhood. Sometimes you don't realize you have attachment issues because your mother pushed you away and your daddy wasn't in your life. So now you go through life keeping everybody at bay, even the people you want to hold closer, you don't know how to because you got attachment issues. It had nothing to do with the relationship you in. That's because your mother didn't hold you, or your father wasn't there. So a lot of our baggages come out because we're triggered or something's familiar, and it goes, whoa, I didn't even realize I was feeling that. And I do believe that everybody individually needs to do the work on themselves and not put it on somebody else. But when you're in a relationship with the person, sometimes you see things in that person, go, whoa, like, you're okay? Because you know, I don't know what just happened. And you care. It's not that you carry the baggage, but if you care about the person, you don't want to see nobody just sit there and go through a lot and not be there. That's selfish. Then why are you with that person then? Then leave. You should have never dated them in the beginning. You shouldn't even date yourself because you got baggage. And you're going to need somebody that's going to be willing to put up with your BS until you get it together too. That's all I'm saying.
Cool. And just before I move on, I just want to ask you, Queen, one quick question, because
Sure.
I do agree with you that we all are dealing with some level of baggage, right? And some people's baggage is more massive than others. Do you believe that a significant other is obligated to help, not you specifically, but a significant other is obligated to help someone that they're interested in unpack that baggage? Like, should I say, hey, Queen, let me unpack your baggage? Or should I say, Queen, due to you having all of this excess baggage, how about, you deal with that first and then we revisit this relationship down the road? So should they just separate and try to work on fixing themselves individually, or should they kind of trauma bond and unpack that emotional baggage together? What do you think about that?
Well, I think, I don't think it, I mean, it depends. I mean, I feel like if you start a relationship off with someone that you're brand new, you don't barely know, and you see all this stuff that you can't handle, I think you should have that conversation. But if you're already in a relationship with this person, like I said before, a lot of baggage, you don't realize there's a wound there until you take the band-aid off. You didn't know that that wound was still cut that deep. You thought it healed. So if you're already in a relationship with this person and you care about them, I don't think unpacking baggage together is what I would suggest to do. But I think if you care about that person, there has to be enough characteristics or things about them that you care about, that you're with them for this long, and just say, hey, I really think you should go to therapy. For instance, my significant other, I didn't realize that they didn't know how to grieve. When they had some significant loss, they kept going. They kept, and then they would be a little mean, be a little short. And I'm like, I'm sorry that, this person is gone in your life. And I think you should, So I just passed them a book, and, that I did, and do grief counseling. I tried hard not to take it personal because I knew it wasn't about me. So I gave that person the space to respond and react the way they needed to respond and react until they were willing to sit down and deal with it. So I think there's a balance. I wasn't there to carry their burdens, but I was there to be a support if they needed a shoulder to lean on or a hand to wipe the tears. So I don't think it's necessarily that you unpacking my baggage. It's just that you give me a safe space to be there to support me when I'm going through it, but you also are pushing me to deal with it and get the help that I need, because you may not be able to handle it. And it's selfish of me to put that on you. That's why we have the mental health professions that we have.
Thank you, Queen.
Oh yeah.
That was a great answer. So M3, you still there?
Yeah. I'm still there.
Cool. What you got for us about old relationships, carrying your baggage into a new relationship? I mean, are you obligated to help your significant other unpack that baggage? Should you let them do it on their own? What do you think about all this?
But thank God I ain't gotta really like deal with nobody's baggages like that. But in this scenario, like, you don't want to deal with nobody's emotional baggage now these days. But however, I'll put it like this, because I want to be fair, right? So let me get my blue cape on, right, for a minute. You know, brush the dust off real quick. All right. In the perfect world, okay, like, I would like to save everyone. You know what I mean? Like, you know, sometimes women they go through, like, you know, a rough patch. You know, they make their mistakes. They run to these assholes or whatever, and they really treat them like shit. And sometimes, like, you know, remember, I'm on blue cape mode, so it's not really M3 talking. But anyways, so you know, you see them like with the emotional baggage, and you want to you legit, for me, I would legit want to feel sorry for them, and I just want to just be like, look, babe, you know, I'm strong enough to carry all that baggage that you're holding. You know, let's go ahead, man. Take the baggage out, do the laundry, clean like have a clean slate, and, you know, take care of all of them. But here's the problem. Here's the problem with this, right? The problem is you can't save no one that don't want to be saved. Okay? Anytime when you try to save someone with emotional baggage, guess what happens? They dump the load on you. Now you left clean up the mess. Now you left taking care of, you know, the man's kid. You know, someone's kid that's not yours. You know, now you getting all stressed out. And the same way how she got abused by that old previous relationship, she's gonna do the same to you and abuse the hell out of you. You know what I mean? Because she's not used to someone that's being kind. And let's go ahead and flip it around, right? Because I know you women want to get triggered. So let's go flip it around and be like, okay, if this was the opposite way around, you know, a man getting cheated on by his woman because he's a loser and he's a bum. And now you have a nice, good, wholesome woman that is out here like trying to take. Actually, let me stop, because that's not even reality. I give up. But anyways, the point is, right? You never want, for both men and women, you never want to take on nobody's baggage, because by the end of the day, they're gonna turn on you like a rattlesnake. Even if it's friendships, okay? You see a dysfunctional person, you know, that has a lot of mental problems because of their previous relationships, don't be around with them. Discriminate. Because you know why? The moment you give them a chance, then they're going to snap on you like a rattlesnake. So, men, women, don't settle for nothing less. Don't take on nobody's emotional baggage. Don't be the cleanup man, cleanup woman. You know, I mean, the majority of y'all women don't really do the cleanup anyways. So that ain't got nothing to worry about. But for men, especially men, don't clean them after like a woman's mess, because she's not going to appreciate it. You know, maybe in the movies, the Tyler Perry movies and the Disney movies, they don't appreciate it in fantasy land. But this is real life, nigga. For real. So it ain't going to work like that. I'm not trying to tell y'all to have a hard heart, but I'm just trying to tell y'all to be smart.
And don't clean up after no bum ass Negro.
So, like I was saying, right?
And want to lay on his ass.
So, like I was saying, right? Because I'm not done yet. You know,
my queen, quiet. You got your turn.
See. This the problem, right? You know, women get triggered. You know, when we tell the truth. Okay. This is why, like, I hate being that type of guy that try to play devil's advocate. See, I put the blue cape on, and I'm like, oh, I can't stand it. I gotta burn this cape, man. You know,
I didn't do it at all.
Like that guy. Okay. And on a record, I did not boot Queen out. She left on her own. So I just want to make that clear. You know.
I love this show.
Salute to Marcus and Truth.
Marcus. What's up, Truth?
You know. But come on, man. I'm tired of lying for y'all, man. You know what I mean? Because the moment that when these men say a little something about women, just a little bit, y'all don't even give us a chance, right? To even share the other side of, like, when you have these dirtbags that be just treating women like shit. And I'm talking about good women. I feel bad for the good women, you know, because there are actually good women that's out there. And it really does make me sad about that. For real. You know, I'm still gonna keep some little jokes to the side or whatever, but still, you know, there's a lot of good women that's out there, you know, that's getting a bad rep. You know what I mean? Here's the thing. I love all my, let me pause real quick, right? Because I do have a wife. But you know what I mean? I love women, period. You know, from all different shapes, colors, sizes, whatever the case is, all over the world. But
how you gonna pause and still say it?
But I hate the fact that they get a bad rep. And you know why they get a bad rep? Because of you hoes. You hoes out there, give them a bad rep. You hoes that be on social media. Okay? Fucking these dudes over.
Yo, man, look, man. Y'all gotta chill with all these mistakes, man.
No.
I gotta make so many calls in the background. I gotta call somebody now.
We'll call them up, you know. But fuck that shit, right? I'm tired of y'all making these good women look bad, you know. And I'm tired of these dirtbags, man, like treating these women like shit too. And then we, the good man, have to be the cleanup man, you know. We at least try to save them, at least. You know what I mean? But a lot of times it's because of the mistakes they get themselves into. They fall in love with the wrong type of dude, you know, without probably vetting them. And then the dude is a bum ass Negro, and he just treat them like shit. And now you're just passing that disease. You know what I mean? To good dudes. And then you know what good dudes do?
Not Carton Banks.
They go to YouTube. They watch YouTube like AMS. They watch Kevin Samuels. They watch Fresh and Fit. You know, they watch all these podcasts, and then they feel like, well, damn, you know, let me go ahead and get my money up. Let me get my weight up. Let me get swole in the gym. Let me let me be the most perfect high value asshole. You know what I mean?
Everybody loves an asshole, boy.
And then the thing is, when you ignore them, when you treat them like shit, here's the thing. They matter of fact, hold on. I'm gonna turn the camera on this one, right? Highlight me real quick. I'm gonna show y'all a demonstration, right?
Hey, bring that thing down for a second. Be easy. Bring it down for a second.
Okay, I'm gonna show you real quick, right? Okay. So this is so remember, this is how women are, right? So women would be like, when. Okay. They walk away because they can't handle like the truth when a real man is telling them something that they don't want to hear. And then they come back and be like, hey, daddy, okay? Or hey, big head. You know what I mean? Because they know that a lot of these dudes, here's the problem with you suck-ass niggas, though. A lot of you dudes don't even tell the fucking truth. That's the fucking problem. You know what I mean? Y'all lie just so y'all could get some goddamn pussy. All right? And then y'all make the passport bros look bad. Yeah, I'm going there on that part too, though. But yeah, y'all make every dude look bad. You simp ass Negroes. Stop simping for these hoes. Stop going after the wrong women. Because then for the dudes, then y'all want to cry like some females, some big bitches or whatever, right? some manosphere bitches, red pill bitches with that rage,
Look,
and then y'all would be like, I hate women this and I hate women that.
I
Come
done
on,
told
man.
them stop liking them pictures.
Bro,
leaving
grow
them
the fuck
comments.
up.
Don't say shit.
Grow the fuck up, people. That's all I'm gonna say, man.
They'll be there.
I gotta
They'll
go.
be there.
Yeah, I gotta go get ready for work. Shout outs to the rookie that's in the chat. But look, man, y'all make me sick. Y'all pathetic.
Hold on, man. Hold on. You can't do that. Just leave. I don't know if it's that Trojan War. I don't know if the Trojan War shirt, but this dude is on fire right now.
Nah, because you know what? I'm sick of all these little bitches complaining. Y'all grown ass niggas, man. You know? Excuse me for saying the N-word. Y'all grown ass bitches too, though. Come on now. Half of y'all motherfuckers is like in your 30s and 40s, bro. And y'all still riding like some little girls. Come on, man.
They are the problem. They are the problem. You are the problem.
Both men and women are the problem. Exactly. You know?
Oh, man.
But everybody gets mad like when I tell them the truth.
Hey, speak on when they try to get religious. Speak on when they try to get religious. Speak on that one, please. Before you go.
Fuck these. Look. Let me make it clear, right? I love God. Okay. So let me say this though, right? You know, most of these religion heads, right? The only reason why y'all go to church because y'all scared, all right? But half the time, y'all be on the internet still chatting, talking about like, well, God this and God that, you know. But at the same time, none of y'all be living the life anyway. As true holy Christians. At least I could be the one to admit that.
Damn.
You know?
Tell them again.
I don't know how y'all be like Christians, like, you know, in the daytime, be like, hold on, where's my holy music real quick? Y'all be like Christians on the daytime, be like, yes, this is a good Sunday morning. Hallelujah. You know what I mean? Praise the white Jesus now, okay? You know, I love everybody. But then at the same time, right? At night, y'all come around, y'all bully other people because y'all don't like that they don't respect your ideologies. They be like, fuck you, nigga. You know?
Put the shades.
No, I rock with Jesus Christ. Oh, my shades or whatever shit. Marcus, if I put my you know what? No. Because if I put my shades on right now, if I put the shades on right now, this gonna kill the live stream. Somebody's gonna put a rope on it. So I'm gonna tuck the shades away just for the sake of the live stream. But I just had to say that, get this off my chest. And if y'all don't like it, nobody gives a shit. Okay, so, but we know y'all gonna come back. They're gonna come back for more because this is all for entertainment purposes.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Respectfully.
Respectfully.
And 3 went nuclear. I was like, oh, you feel me? Hey, but that was the mayor speaking to you. But you know what? We just gonna keep the momentum going because he got a lot of energy. I think y'all pretty much covered most of the stuff with the emotional baggage. So I'm gonna go to John next, Daryl, and then we'll bring Marcus into it. Y'all could chime in on the emotional baggage part if you want. You there, John?
Yeah, I'm here. What you want me to?
It sounds like you can if it's a little too loud where you at, you can just like you can hit in the back chat like whenever you're ready. So I'll just go to Daryl first.
I'm ready right now.
You ready right now? Okay, cool. So you can go ahead and chime in on the emotional baggage. I'll bring the image up, you know, and you can just speak on you know, like whatever aspect of it. Are you obligated to help your significant other unpack the emotional baggage? Is seeing and dealing with the emotional baggage a turn off? However you want to answer it, whichever angle you want to take with the question, knock it out the park.
All right, well, I'm only obligated to what I'm signing myself up for, and as long as I'm signing myself up for it, and shit, man, everybody else that just spoke, especially brother that was just going in, he's saying a lot of real shit. Do I feel? But now the question is this? Are you asking me like, do I feel like, you know? Because you know, of course, ain't nobody gonna be perfect. You know what I mean? And I feel like if you
building a relationship with somebody, of course, you know what I mean. It's your job, you know, to help them with, you know, like I say, what you signing up for. But like I said, you got to sign up for it, bro. I mean, I'm not for the same shit. Like, oh, you know, whatever. I don't care about your past. I don't care who you've been. No, I care about all that because I gotta know, you know, just how much baggage it is and what exactly I'm getting myself into. Like, you know, a lot of times, like folks said before, everybody not keeping it real. You know what I mean? A lot of times on the male side, you know, niggas just want to get some pussy, so they'll say anything and just go along with it, you know what I'm saying, just to smash and dash, you know what I mean? Meanwhile, the females will go for it, let him smash, and then he dash, and now, you know, that's building on more baggage and more, you know, demons that she's dealing with, and she just gonna bring that on to the next dude. And then there's always some simp dude who want to just, you know, it's okay, this, you know, he want to preach to her like, you know, she can't do no wrong and it's everybody else's fault, not hers. And, you know, until she ended up cheating on him, you know what I'm saying, with the same type of dude that she complained to him about in the first place. And then now he's sitting here looking, you know, stupid. So it's like, um, the reality of this shit is, you know, you get what you sign up for, bro. Like, it just is what it is. I don't got too many words about it. I don't got to give a long speech. And just, people know, you know, they don't always know exactly what they're getting into, but when they're into it, they know what they into. So, like I say, that's your choice. You know what I'm saying? On whether you want to be on some simp shit and try to, you know, but you gonna reap what you sow. And unfortunately, you know, it's like in order for somebody to win, somebody gotta lose. So you gonna be a winner or you gonna be a loser. It's all choice, bro.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that answer. Daryl, you still there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, take us away. I know you are pretty versed at speaking on anything involving emotions, and you can take any angle that you want to take, you know, whether it you being the person accepting of someone else's emotional baggage, whether you are unpacking the emotional baggage with your significant other, whether you tell them that, hey, maybe we should take a break from this so that we can both deal with our own emotional baggage, however you want to take it, because there's various angles that you can go. So you can just respond straight to the imagery or any of those questions and scenarios I laid out.
You know, for me, emotional baggage, like Queen said, everybody gonna come with it in real life. It doesn't matter your social economic status. You're gonna have some kind of emotional baggage, unless you're like a fucking robot that's never lived any life or some shit. But everybody have emotional baggage. The problem is people don't communicate and deal with it in a healthy fashion. So I have no problem with accepting a woman into my life who has emotional baggage. The problem that I usually run into is, and I'm pretty sure many others run into, is can this person communicate healthy? Can they exercise self-awareness? And even with like the Christians, like you guys are speaking to, I think M3 was speaking to it earlier. I see a lot of people that talk about faith, but they are an abomination to Jesus, an abomination to God, right? And just how they move. That in itself can be a form of baggage that people don't realize. People bring into relationships all the time. It's like, and I've met people like that. You know what I mean? Is so I definitely agree with what M3 was saying too. But emotional baggage, ultimately, everybody come with it. You just got to know how to really deal with that shit in a healthy way. Versus just like for men, we can deal with certain shit, emotions, depending on what the emotion is, by smoking, fucking, drinking, hanging out, blowing money, wasting time, getting high off different shit, you know what I'm saying, drinking lean. The list fucking goes on, bro. But then you got some guys who they have other emotions, right? Again, like it all depends on what kind of baggage this person is. How many men and women receive people that are insecure, not sure of themselves, indecisive, etc., etc., etc. And some things you can't really heal. Some things people gotta heal on their own. And a relationship isn't the place to really be to try to heal every single thing that you're going through. But ultimately, I think it's not a problem to accept somebody with emotional baggage, because more than likely you're going to be doing, like, you're going to do that anyway. And over time, your relationship should iron some of those things out. That's the way I look at it. If you have a healthy, happy relationship.
Cool. Thank you for that answer. It was definitely a very thoughtful answer. And Marcus, we're gonna bring you in. We've been got pretty thorough commentary on this one. So if you could make your answer for this one kind of short and condensed, and then I'll have you lead off with the next graphic. So if you can just give your complete opening and final thoughts about your take on anything you heard pertaining to emotional baggage, just do that real quick, and I'm gonna present another image, and then you can break that one down, Marcus.
Yeah, usually emotional baggage. If you don't, well, first of all, how's everybody doing? My apologies. Hope y'all are doing good.
We all
Shout out to
good.
everybody.
Shout out to Marcus.
Bless,
Thank you
bless.
for coming up on the panel.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Emotional baggage, if it doesn't get treated, it's kind of like a cancer. Sometimes it can spread and it can hurt you, and it can really F you up. So treat it, because then if you don't, it becomes emotional damage, which sometimes can lead to physical damage, So with that being said, I do agree with everything that all y'all were saying earlier. Make sure you treat it and get the closure in it. Sometimes it's also a self-reflect, or sometimes it's self-deflect of wounds. Emotional, mental, spiritual, physical type stuff. So that way you can move on to the best for that person and for yourself. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it short.
Cool, thanks. All right, so here's my next one. I'm not sure if you have kids or not, Marcus, whether you do or don't. If you do, then good. If you don't, then this would be posed to you as a hypothetical. And essentially we're talking about struggle love and the different elements of struggle love, because there's always a cause and effect. So people see struggle love as just one universal term that's just blanket and fits all, but there's different elements of just our normal daily relationships that contribute or perpetuate struggle love. And I believe this could be one of them. So I'm gonna bring this imagery up. So what I see is a fair-skinned girl. Maybe she's white, maybe she's not. So we'll just go with a non-black girl with a black father and a black son. And he's saying, oh, hell no, not my son. What do you think when you see this imagery without any type of context or anything to it? Like, what does this image say to you, Marcus? And then after that, I'm going to go to First Lady Tammy. Shout out, First Lady.
Maybe I see like a mixture between a parent that cares a lot for the child, but not letting them grow and make their own decisions. Maybe I'm also catching maybe the father or the parent saw flags and is trying to save their son, but you got to learn in the world. You got to make your own decisions, and you got to wisen up, because a lot of us, we learn through trial and error. I can only say it could also speak to maybe control, like narcissism or something in that volume. But that's about it.
Thanks, Marcus. I appreciate that. First Lady Tammy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I wasn't even going to come on, because these kind of topics I really don't like to, just because, men have some very interesting opinions when it comes to women.
What was the last thing you said? Sorry, Tammy.
Don't do that.
I'm just saying that, I'm mad Queen's not on here. Queen need to get back on here. But
hey,
anyway,
we didn't drop her. I mean, I
know.
Okay.
But no, I mean, looking at the picture without knowing the context,
And hold on, Tammy. Let me just set it up because that's kind of what we doing. The pictures are vague, but it's supposed to kind of spark a conversation. So you can take it any direction that you want, and you can also switch it. It could be a black mother dragging her son away or dragging her daughter away from a non-black person. So any angle that you want to take, we're just giving our opinions and assertions. So uh there's no right or wrong answer, and nobody needs to, try to belittle or demean anyone if they disagree. So
Um,
Tammy, you could take it away. I know you don't like these type of topics and don't have much to
no,
say, but
cool.
I know
No,
you
I
have.
mean, I mean, no, it's not necessarily I don't like this type of topic. It's more of I don't like blanket opinions, I should say. So I think I get I get a little irritated when I hear certain people say things, only because a blanket statement is not a realistic statement, because you don't know every single person that falls into that category. So I always like it when there's more of like, anyway, yeah. So anyway, let me not get into that. But anyway, as far as the picture, I don't know. I mean, the son has flowers. So, I mean, I'm kind of looking at the fact that maybe the dad doesn't want his son to do certain things for this particular type of girl, as far as she could be white. Um, I don't necessarily think if she was light skinned, I couldn't see him doing that, unless he was a dad who wanted his son to date a dark skinned girl. But I don't know, if his dad's trying to be hardcore and he wants his son to be hardcore, he might not be okay with the whole flowers aspect. And he may not even want his son even doing that kind of stuff. But I'm just looking at the flowers and the fact that he has flowers and his dad's dragging him away. He doesn't want him to do that because it may make his son look a certain kind of way. And if that is a white girl, it could be the fact that she's a white girl and his dad's doesn't want his son to have anything to do with a girl who's white. He'd rather her be black. So I would say, without the context, I'd say that's what I'm seeing, is that she's a white girl. And even if it were a mom dragging her son, it could be the same thing, that I don't want you dating a white girl. So what are you doing dating a white girl? I don't want you giving flowers. I don't want you doing nothing. She did not have nothing to do with the white girl. So when I see the picture without knowing the context, that's what pretty much I see.
And Tammy, do you think, let's just say, and we'll concede your point, that maybe he is mad that, his son is potentially liking a non-black girl. Do you think that is an issue?
Absolutely.
And if so, why?
Because it could be based on whatever the parents have dealt with in their past, and they don't want their son to have to go through being in an interracial relationship and the impact of him dating a white girl, and what that may mean as far as their family, what it may mean as far as what people are going to say about them, what it may mean about how the son will be treated. So, so the parents are very much about perception. A lot of times parents are very much about perception. They want people to say certain things about them, about their kids, about what's going on. They don't want that. So they'd rather not go into that. They'd rather just stop it before it gets started. So seeing that is like, I don't even want my son to go there. I don't want him to have to deal with that. So I'm gonna just put a stop to it now.
All right, cool. And I just got one more question, because I know, Tammy, you are speaking from a certain position where, you have experience with this, also being a mother and a teacher. So, because this is all tying into struggle, love, and different elements of it, and how it's olive branches into other areas in other relationships. So do you think, based on this imagery, do you think that do you think this is a constructive way of saying that, hey, I don't want you dealing with this particular woman? Or is there like a better way for the parents to express, their disdain or dissatisfaction with maybe interracial dating or class dating, because sometimes it could be the same race, but if you're of a different class, it will basically be the same result.
I think it's a matter of that your kids are going to do what they want to do. As much as you try to guide your kids in a certain direction, kids are going to do what they want to do. You would just hope that they would use what you taught them to make the right decisions. But the reality is that as much as you may have guided them and taught them, you have to understand that there are times when they're going to make a different decision than you would expect. So that's where it comes in, like, I taught you better, you know better than that, which they did, and yes, you did, but they still may make a different decision. So you have to know as a parent that you may try to tell your child A, B, C, they may want to do D, E, F, G. So the thing is that you have to handle the way you talk to your kids about certain things, knowing that the more you try to deter your child from it without giving any type of anything, the more you're going to actually attract them to it. And there's some people that are like, well, you know, what I say goes and that's it and that's all. And that's fine, but you have to understand with that thinking of, well, whatever I say is what it is, you're not giving your child any type of context at all and having this fantasy that because I said you're not going to do it, you're not going to. And that's just not necessarily realistic. So, and I mean, I speak from experience as far as how I grew up and how I was raised, because I had a mom where she said that was it. There was no context of anything. You weren't allowed to ask any questions. You weren't allowed to anything. It was just whatever she said, that was it, and that's all. And that wasn't necessarily the greatest thing. So even having a conversation when it comes to sex, for example, there was no conversation. The extent of the conversation was, if you get pregnant, I'm gonna help you have an abortion. That was the extent of the conversation. There was never a conversation about, this is why you shouldn't be doing it. These are the things that can happen. This is let me guide you into make the right, so you can make the right decision so that you choose not to do that. Not because I'm scared not to do that. Rather, I'm not going to do it because I know that's not the right thing to do. And my parent has guided me in the right direction. So, you know, you can try to guide your child, have the right kind of conversations with them. If you are that kind of parent, I should say, because some people are not those kind of parents. Some people are like, they don't want to talk, and I'm not going to talk, and parents talk too much, and that's fine if that's what you do. But when you become a parent, sometimes people speak from not having kids in that perspective. But anyway, I think when it comes to this, just having this, oh, hell no, not my son, you know, you need to have a conversation about why. Like, you don't want your kid to date somebody who's white? Okay, why not? I mean, having the expectation you say, oh, hell no, not my son, and they're not going to do it, that's not really going to do anything. It may draw them closer to it because now they want to know why. And you're not going to tell them, so they're going to try to figure out why on their own. And that's what you don't want, is for them to figure out why on their own. You don't want them to go to their friends to try to figure out why. You want to be the reason why they decide to say no. So it's about having conversations with your kids about why that's not a good idea. If you went through whatever you went through, sometimes you need to talk to your kids about that. And some parents are not willing to do that. So, you know, as a parent, those are things that you have to do. And you can't have this, like I said, you can't have this, I'm going to drag my child and, oh, hell no, not my son type of attitude and just leave it at that. Because there's too many questions left unanswered. To have this mentality that I'm the parent, those questions are left unanswered, that's it and that's all, and that's the way it's going to be. You're not being realistic because you think that, okay, well, I said that and that's it. But too many questions left unanswered by you will be answered by somebody else. And you don't want somebody else to answer those questions that you could have easily answered and help to avoid some of those things that they ended up getting into because you didn't want to give them the right information.
Thank you so much, Lady Tammy. That was a great answer, and you touched on so many great points, especially always explain the why.
Right.
If you're not going to thoroughly explain it, what are you going to leave it up to their peers to explain it? You're going to leave it up to someone else who is not as responsible, loving, or compassionate as you to explain it. So you don't want them being, explorative in that regard without your consent, without even your explanation of things. So when you just have the oh hell not my oh hell no not my son, a lot of parents are saying, oh hell no, you better not cut class. And what do kids do? Cut class. Oh hell no, you better not smoke weed. And what do? Smoke weed.
Right. And that's the thing, is that you have to look at it, that your job as a parent is to guide your child in the right direction. So either you're going to guide your child or somebody else will. So do you want to guide your child, or do you want someone else to do it for you? So whether that's their peers, whether that's the police, if they get pulled over, I mean, you care enough to have them conversations about what they do if the police pull them over. Why can't you have them other conversations either? So once again, having the mentality that what I say goes. Okay, that's nice and all, but what you say can go with also other information. So,
and I'm gonna go on to Daryl, but I gotta pump a little bit more gems out of you, Tammy, because I tell people all the time that we're all teachers. It's just not everyone gets paid for it. Most of us are teachers of life, or teachers of a particular subject or skill set. But I've heard many parents say, well, I'm not a teacher. I don't know how to do this. And you can't expect me to know this because I'm not a teacher. Parent is a euphemism for teacher. So I don't want to hear the excuse that you are not a teacher, because if you don't teach your kid, how are you at the same time saying that, oh, there's white supremacy and this and that and that, but you're going to let them be the teachers of your kids? It makes no sense. You could opine from there, Miss Tammy.
Well, my thing is that you are a teacher. Your job is that if you don't know the information, you need to get the information. Because once again, your job is to guide your child. So what you don't know, you need to get that information. That's why when it comes to, as a teacher, and you have these parents that say, well, I don't know how to do this work. For me, that's not an excuse, because I'm the kind of teacher that the parent can contact me and I can teach the parent how to teach their child. So my thing is that if you care enough, you're going to find out the information you need so you can help your kid. There's not an excuse to me that's going to work, that's going to be valid enough that I can sit there and say, okay, I get it. Because you can find the help somewhere from someone. And just choosing not to is not a good enough excuse. You need to care enough about your kids that you want to find out everything you can to help them get to wherever they need to. So if you don't know how to do whatever the math is they're doing, go to someone who does. Go to the school and get information about tutoring or whatever it is. If you don't have a computer, libraries have access. If you don't have the internet, libraries have free internet. There's plenty of places that have free internet. Even the school districts, now they have it where you can get a computer if you need it. There's so many different resources. So the fact that you're not even willing to find a resource, that's a problem. You should be willing to find any kind of resource you can to help your kids as much as you can. So yeah, you are a teacher. You might not be paid. You might not have a credential, but that doesn't mean that you're not a teacher. You're a teacher in so many other ways. So being a teacher has nothing to do with having a degree, has nothing to do with having a credential. It has nothing to do with having a classroom or none of that kind of stuff. That's not what it is. It's just like saying, like, I'm a mom. If you're not a mom, you haven't actually gave birth to a child. That doesn't mean you can't be a mom. There's teachers that have never given birth to kids, but they're still mothers to some of those kids. So not saying that you're not a teacher, that's a bullshit statement. Because as a mom, that's exactly what you are. You're teaching your kids every day. You teach your kids from the time they're born, you're teaching your kids. So to say you're not a teacher, yeah, that's BS. So.
And I'm in full concurrence with that statement. I had to alley-oop because I knew you was going to dunk it home. Thank you, First Lady Tammy. Daryl, you still there, Mr. Long?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, what you got for us? And I know that you got these beautiful daughters, so you can switch it up and, change the gender of it. but basically I think you get the concept of where we're trying to go with it. But would you be this type of father where you step in and dictate who your kid is dating? Would their ethnicity play a part in it? And you can just take it up from there.
The politically correct thing to say is no, it's not. Like no race, all that stuff has nothing to do with nothing, but it all does. And to say this too, ultimately, I would hope that me being a good father is one of the things that help my children realize like who they should talk to and who they shouldn't talk to. But at the same time, because just like myself, we move by we motivated by sex as well. Men are going to talk to her the fuck we want to talk to. And so are our daughters. The only thing that children can really do is honor their parents by listening to them. We don't have one of those cultures where the culture is going to like basically determine how the child should behave more than even the parents, because the culture is going to hold them accountable. But for me, I just want my children to mess with people that's really genuine and that's going to genuinely not want to hurt them and genuinely going to want to be in their lives and see them succeed. But am I going to snatch my son up and messing with whoever he messing with? No, or my daughters for that matter, unless I see them messing with somebody who is completely in a space where this person is not going to bring anything but chaos to my children's life. Then yeah, I'm going to step in. And I probably end up talking to the other person, not like my child. Like, hey, listen, you need to fall the fuck back, because if you don't, like, we're gonna have issues. I'm not gonna go to my kid and say, hey, stop talking to that person, and no, you get the fuck out of my family life, or we're gonna have major issues. And then we can like address it from there. But on some real shit, people gonna do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Big facts. Well said, Daryl.
Yep, I agree with you.
What's going on, my brother?
And you still there, Mr. Best?
Yeah.
There you go. He is awakened from hibernation. The spirit came back. Mr. Best.
I just smashed on my dinner real quick.
Oh, that boy grubbing. What you eating?
Some chicken and some couscous. Gotta have a little healthy meal.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, he fancy. He went to Whole Foods.
Yeah,
I see it. Yeah, that and Sprouts. You know what I mean?
What you got for us, Mr. Best? What are you seeing when you see this imagery? Do you see any fault with it? What is your overall critique?
You should support your kids and whoever they decide to love, unless that person is being detrimental to that child, or they're being detrimental to just you or anybody else. You know what I mean? If you feel that person is a hazard, definitely yes, address the situation. Address your child if need be as well, but make sure that you confront the situation, because you don't want it to linger on and then it becomes something really, really major, something catastrophic. So, but the law got to get involved, or you may want to put hands on that person. So yeah, definitely, vet. As the child is getting to know them, be your own little vet and be a parent. You know what I'm saying? But don't be too intrusive. You know what I'm saying? Kind of be like a lion. When they hunt and they prey, you know what I mean? Be on the outskirts, but definitely be checking in to make sure.
Mr. Best, let's just say, since this is vague and there's no context, let me just interject a bit of context. Let's say that Pops did already do his bit of vetting on her and her family, and that's why he's came to the conclusion, oh hell no, not my son. Almost like a Romeo and Juliet situation, right? Both of their families was like, nah, y'all need to stay away from each other. And they were like, no, this is the love of my life. So do you believe that the parents should be involved in the vetting process? Because a lot of successful marriages have had parental units involved. Or do you believe they should just accept the decision of their kids and let them love who they want to love, be whoever they want to be?
Yeah, you have to. You gotta let your kids do that. You know what I mean? And if you don't, then listen, it's gonna be catastrophic. Like you have to let the kid make the ultimate decision, but you can definitely let them know, hey, look, I don't think this is gonna work out for you, and these are the reasons why. You know what I mean? Now the rest is up to them. You know what I mean? The rest is up to them. You know what I mean? The rest is totally up to them because you've done your part. You know what I'm saying? You know, and that's all you can do. You just do your part. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to speak on like having to talk to all the time to your kids and all that. Look. Let me tell you something, right? Certain things are based on situation. So there's situations where I'm going to talk to you and explain something. There's certain situations where you're going to just sit down and STFU. You know what I'm saying? Just go sit down somewhere. Like I'm not going to explain every single thing detail in life. I'm just not going to do that. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? If you you know what I'm saying? You like there were times where like I'll be acting up, being a kid, you know what I mean? And I'll be, doing little things or whatever. Like we be in a doctor's office and I'll be acting up or whatever. Mom be like, yo, relax. Like I was gonna get ugly in here. And you know what I did? I relaxed before it got ugly. You know what I mean? Because I didn't want them hands. You know what I'm saying? So I chilled out. You know what I mean? So sometimes you gotta make a quick decision with the kids. Look, this is what it is. Go do what I told you to do, or go do this and do that. You know what I mean? Now, at times, if you want to explain to them one time and one time only what it is, you know what I'm saying? And my mom would do that. She's like, yo, I'm gonna have a conversation with you. We're gonna talk about this in detail, right? She'll talk to me in detail what it's about, and now it's up to me to make the decision. You know what I'm saying? So, now after that, it was up to me to do what I had to do from there, because she already made all the steps she had to make as a parent. You know what I mean? But sometimes a parent ain't gonna, they're not gonna explain everything to you. It's not realistic. You know what I'm saying? So, but before I continue, I have a guest here. You know what I mean? A very special guest. You know what I mean? You know, I understand her. You know what I mean? I think everybody understands her, but she is still misunderstood. Hey, family, what's going on?
Welcome to Misunderstood. And after Mr. Best finishes his statement, I'm gonna just go to John and then straight to Misunderstood, and then Mark.
I'm done. I'm done.
You done? All right, John, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It looks like Misunderstood dropped down. That wasn't us, but we would love to have you back. John, you've heard everything that the ladies and gents have saying, and me knowing him personally, this dude is a very active and involved father. So you can just comment on what you've heard everyone else say, if you want to expound on that. And I really want you to highlight, what do you see with this imagery? We know that it's, vague and out of context, but you can go down whichever angle comes to mind when you look at this.
Yeah, me personally, just looking at it, even though the girl is a different, lighter skin tone or whatnot, she could be Mexican, she could be white, she could be whatever, right? I look at it like, just me looking, I wouldn't just instantly just jump to the race thing, even though that's obvious. But I think it could also be from a standpoint of, you might not want his son to be on some sucker for love type of shit. You might just, as a father, he might see some things, other than the obvious, and he just, he's not trying to let his son fall victim. So he's like, no, hell no, not my son. And I heard the lady speak earlier about like how he should, elaborate on this. I figure like he probably gonna do that after he didn't drag him away already. Like, you know what I mean? But it's a real situation. Like, a lot of parents, for whatever reason, they like to dictate and pick and choose, who they children, date or. But at the end of the day, you can't because you're not going. Your child, even though they're an extension of you, they're not you. And whether you agree with it or not, I feel like it's definitely important. You gotta speak your opinion and tell them why you have that opinion. Don't just tell them, this, but break down to them why you feel that way. And as you guys grow, it's up to them to make that ultimate decision on what they want to do. Because, like somebody else said, you just trying to pull them away from it might make them even more curious. It's more intriguing. Like, now they want to know, so they want to find out for themselves. Um, Me personally, I'm not gonna try to just necessarily dictate, you know, who or what type of race or whatnot. You know what I mean? Um, I'm curious about it just to see, like, who my children will be interested in dating as they're older and stuff like that. And of course, I'm gonna share my opinion, but it's not gonna make me judge them differently. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, everybody grows to be their own person, and they got to make their own decision. And if my life, I'm worrying about what my who my kids is dating. You know what I mean? I'm not even fully really living my life. Like, I can give my opinion on something, and they could choose to accept it or they could choose not to. But I mean, who am I to say? You know what I mean? What's right or wrong for them? I mean, they gotta necessarily, they have to make that decision for themselves. Now, if it's not like the girl got, a Nazi symbol tattooed on her forehead, you know what I'm saying? And you know what I mean? I mean, it's certain type of situations to where you're like, hell no. But I shouldn't even, it shouldn't even get like that. You know what I mean? If it's, I feel like I'd be a failed, I done failed as a father if my son trying to get flowers to somebody with a damn Nazi swastika tattooed on their forehead or something like that. But that's not gonna happen. But everybody had good points. Um, but yeah, that's what I'm getting from the picture. Like, it's either, it's an interracial issue or it's just on some, nah, man, don't be on no sucker for love, simp shit, or, it could be one of the two, or it could maybe be something different too. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a kid and he's still the parent. So he has, he has authority. You as a parent, let me speak out just in general, us as parents have the authority as long as we are raising children, because they're not adults yet, we're raising children. Yeah, we can tell them, this ain't gonna go or that ain't gonna go, and for whatever reason, and that's gonna be that. But I just feel like we owe it to them to explain and break things down to them, because, like I said earlier, you're preparing this child for the world. You're not gonna always be there, so the best thing you can do is instill your voice in their minds to where even when you leave this earth, they will still know what your opinion would be based upon the obvious observation. Um, yeah, but it's not necessarily no right or wrong answer because everybody has different perceptions from looking at the picture. But I just feel like that's important though, man. Like, just to break down, of course, and explain why you feel the way you feel. And ultimately, I feel like if you love your child, you really trying to guard them. You don't want them to get their heart broken, or you don't want them to get hurt physically or whatever, or mentally. So, it's, as a parent, we try to guard. The number one thing you want to be is the guardian. You want to guard your child. But at the same time, the same thing, like when they learn how to ride a bike, they're gonna have to fall down. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna have to scuff some elbows. They're gonna have to bust some lips. They're gonna have to get hurt. Unfortunately, it's life. But it's how it's how you get back up, and it's how you keep going. It's how you recover from things that shows your true strength. So yeah, I just think it's important, man, the communication, man. How you communicate with your child, um, and teach them how to communicate with others. You know what I mean? And you don't want your child to end up, blocking you out to the point to where now they hiding shit from you. You know what I'm saying? They don't even want to keep it real with you because they feel like you so, head strong on, what you say goes, and they ain't even trying to hear them out. Like, you gotta empathize with the kid too, and that's what I try to do. I was a kid before, so I never want to get to a point where I forget I was a kid and just be speaking to my kid in an unrealistic type of direction that I'm trying to, lead them or instruct them with, should I say, right? So that's my take on that. Any other way you want me to elaborate?
Nah, you definitely elaborated. That was pretty thorough. I'm gonna just move on to Miss Sophia, and then I think we got one more slide. I know Miss Understood was here. She dropped out. Shout out to her. Come back, and you'll be right up. But Miss Sophia, what's happening? You there?
I'm definitely here. I'm sorry I came in, on CPT, but yes, sir,
Yeah,
I am here.
come on, Sophia. You disappoint me. I'm like, where's Sophia? And then here you is coming in all late on CP time. But you know what? We
Eh,
love you, Sophia.
84 through that link in. I'm like, woo, woo, woo. But I'm
So
hey,
so
84,
have you been?
sound the alarm and here I come. But I'm seeing the picture and everything. Ugh, this is touchy for me because and I heard what saying the gentleman said. I actually have some tattoos that I regret. Granted I got them when I was older, but they still add up. And you're definitely judged. My kids have tattoos, piercing. I think as far as hair color, believe it or not, I've been every color in the 64 crayon box. I've done some things or whatever. So with my two daughters, I judge them. I mean, I raised them as best as I could. I see my, say my 30-year-old and, so with purple hair. And I was like, man, look, I know damn well she ain't coming out with this. But then I remember that was me. So I don't have room to say nothing. And I don't say nothing for the simple fact at the company that she worked at, she was the top employee for May. And it's a very nice, saying company and everything. And my thing is, if they can rock and roll with it, who am I to say? Y'all making more money than your mama. So, I mean, if you can do your thing and be productive, and if ain't nobody else judging you, I'm not gonna judge you. But me being the mama with the tats that I have, oh we be a woman with four different guys' name tattooed on your body. They was like, I ain't even got to ask how many miles you got. You up here broadcasting it. And I've heard that, I'm like, man, I can't even get a magic mark and try to scrub it out because, what I'm saying, you look at, so there are some consequences when you get dumb tattoos or when you get four different ones or whatever. The black man that I'm dating now, he was like, okay, okay, okay. And I was like, it ain't gonna be a problem, is it? And he was like, that's your thing. That's your thing. I'm pretty sure that I'll probably get a couple of them taken off because they really that irrelevant, or I get something redone or whatever. But
Yeah, you can get them covered up. If it's a name, I know people turn them into like flowers or butterflies, and you can't even recognize it. So that is an option for you, because I know sometimes with the removal, it takes it, but it's still kind of faded, and you still see it.
I'm not gonna do that. Look, I put a picture of y'all on there before I get something faded or whatever. But so one of them is my play brother. The other one is a guy. I think he ended up by the time saying I got down and stuff like that. But saying now, saying there's saying you with somebody, you don't calm down and everything, but people will look at you. And saying, so my kids ask me questions and I tell them the truth. Why? It's not that, I was like, so I don't want you to be the person to where somebody say you can't change a hoe to a housewife. I was like, and if you look at me and if I go swimming, they're gonna be like, wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You can't go swimming because some people gonna judge. They gonna look at this and that, and so I'm talking to a new dude now and everything. He was like, oh, okay, we don't have to go swimming. And so I already knew what time. I had to laugh at myself because it was funny, but I would probably be the same way. I don't want nobody coming out with all of these, saying tattoos and stuff on your forehead. You kind of asking for that and everything, but hey, hell, I got mine on my thigh. You know what I'm saying? On this part of my back, on that part of my leg or whatever. I was like, shoot, at one point in time, I was wilding out. But what I'm saying, a person got a right to their opinion. and a person will have a right to it. You know what I'm saying? They could care less if I got kids or, I got a nice job and everything. They can't see it, you know what I'm saying, when you got sleeves and fully clothed and everything, but people will see it.
No, you're absolutely right. And thank you for that. And just before I move on, let me just pull this up one more time. So, what is the first thoughts that come to your mind, Miss Sophia? And have you ever seen or experienced a scenario like this? And once again, it doesn't have any context. The imagery is just super vague, but that allows for us to go whichever angle or direction that you want to go with it. And especially since you're hearing all of the commentary from the other panelists, you can expound on anything that you heard, or you can go a completely different direction with your critique of the image, Miss Sophia.
Okay. I with my last one, which saying it was so a white man or whatever. His folks was happy that he was happy, but when saying colored girl Sophia, saying was in the picture and everything, it was just like cricket, 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 to the point to where saying they damn near cut him off, and I was like, look, man, you can go and be with your folks and stuff like that. And it didn't hurt my feelings because so I haven't been through it personally or whatever, but I've had friends that went through it. My folks, what I'm saying, have gone through things. With mine, it was a color thing. But a person, if they don't want you to be with it, they will make your life a living hell. If you, saying, saying, if you pursue something, saying, with it. But it also has a lot to do with how you, present the situation. It also that is a big factor. My daughter bought a pretty, some pretty gift for a young man or whatever, but he told her, "You don't give me none, I'm gonna go to somebody else. You can do what you want to do, but if you don't give me none, I'm gonna go to somebody else." So she had a gift, wrapped it up. She was crying and stuff and everything. Mom, I gotta go to his party. I gotta go to the party. I took her to the party. And I unwrapped the gift, and I was like, "You ain't getting this. You ain't getting this. You ain't getting this." Granted, it was ghetto the way I, did it, cause I had, I dropped the F bomb. F you. My daughter don't want to give you some, and you up here doing this and that. And I was like, Ebony, make sure you got them receipts. Come on, let's take this stuff back. You can, pick out something for you, but hell no, you ain't gonna have nobody, being disrespectful. She didn't fight back and everything, but everybody every now and again it's a different situation or whatever. You gonna go through something like this. I ain't like the guy. I didn't, say turn around and go off on her. I let her turn around, and let her see her worth. Ain't nobody gonna disrespect you, and then you turn around and still finna cater to them. Easy. And everybody else on here, y'all have heard people say, don't be wifey. Don't be wife material if you ain't wifey. She got a boyfriend that's already making her cry and everything or whatever. So it wasn't even gonna be like that. As a mama, I turned around, dealt with the situation. She was like, "Mama, thank you." She wanted the boy to be there. I was like, "Girl, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm ghetto. I just said D come a dime a dozen. If you can't get his, you'll get the other one."
Nah, you all good, Sophia. Thank you for enlightening us about your ghetto escapades. You know what I mean?
It feels good. I represent.
Hey, yeah, and we love that you represent. So I got one more slide, and then I'm gonna play a short video, and then we can start wrapping it up. Here's this one. So let me preface this one. I know, with the Me Too era and everything, there's a lot of allegations going out there. There's a lot of accusations of harassment, but this is just my anecdotal, my observation. It's not absolute. It doesn't apply to everyone. This is a generalized discussion, and alluding to Miss Tammy's point earlier, we do need to kind of, I think everyone has been doing this, but this is just a disclaimer that we do need to kind of generalize the discussion, not personalize it, because nothing we're saying is absolute. You know, it doesn't mean not all. If we're making a statement about men or women, it's about a specific contingent of men and women, not everyone or all women or all men. So everyone on the panel and the chat know that if we say men or women do this, it doesn't mean all. Okay, so let me bring this up. Harassment. What the hell is harassment? Who really knows what it is in 2022? Because from what I see at the top, this is flirting. You look amazing today. Once the person is attractive, then it's not considered harassment. It's considered flirting, right? And it's considered normal and healthy. Now, if it's a dude or woman, but mainly a dude, that's perceived as dusty or hideous, now suddenly the same compliment or commentary becomes harassment. So I've even heard some women, not all, but say, hey, if you know, pick a dude you like, Michael B. Jordan, the dude from Thor, the dude from Aquaman. If he comes and grabs a woman and pulls her, that would be okay. If he touched her inappropriately, that would be okay, because they are highly desired and sought after men. Now, if it's a dusty dude and he does the same antics, the same mannerisms, then it's, hey, let me call 911, or I'm going to make a charge of harassment. So I'll start with Mr. Best going first, and then I would love to go straight to Lady Tammy. Mr. Best, have you ever seen this scenario played out in real life, or in any type of experience that someone is giving testimony to experiencing this?
I'm gonna let the ladies cook first because I'm a gentleman. Salute to Bloom and Ebony. I see you in the chat. So your ladies first. Ladies first. I'll be last.
All right, Miss Lady Tammy, if you're there, I would love to hear your take on this. Just whatever your critique of the imagery is, if you can draw back the correlation of, is there a difference when attractive people are flirtatious versus ugly people are flirtatious, but it's considered as harassment?
I didn't mean to laugh. That was just funny. I think there is a difference, because it can be taken in a different way, but I think it depends on the woman. So a woman, she won't. So if I'm looking at the picture, which I think it's a matter of, one, she's attracted to, the other one she's not, and she just feels like she's being bothered. In the bottom picture, the top one, yeah, she likes him, so she takes it what he's saying is flirting. But then the thing about it is that, for me, that it's a matter of, if you tell me I look amazing and I say thank you, but then you're continuing to go on, and I've told you that I'm not interested, to me, then that's harassment. I mean, it started as flirting, but you keep going, and I'm not interested. So my thing is, I'm gonna tell you I'm not interested. So if I'm telling you I'm not interested and you keep going, yeah, I'm gonna take that as harassment, because I've already let you know I'm not interested. I appreciate your compliment, but I'm not interested. So the thing about it is, I think what happens is, you have it now where the reason why it's flirting and harassment is because you have some women that, like you just said, that if he looks good, it's cool. If he doesn't look good, now you bugging me, you irritating me. And then you have it where, if a guy does say it, some women are automatically on the defensive, like, well, what do you mean by that? What's that supposed to mean? What you mean I look good? That kind of thing. So what happens is, you get it to where guys are not going to want to say certain things, because some women will take it in a way that it's not intended to be taken. So a guy may just be wanting to say, you look amazing today, but she's going to take it to mean a whole nother thing, that you saying that, but you really mean this. So, I think it's like, you kind of have to you know, every woman is different. Some women will take it as a compliment and appreciate it. Some women will not. Some women will take it in a way that is more negative than positive. And then you have it where, like I said earlier, if he looks good, she's all for it. If he don't look good, then she's not for it. And then there's somewhere, if she really ain't got the time, she's not even paying attention. So yeah, so that's kind of my thing. But I mean, I don't necessarily think that, for me, if I'm looking like, yeah, it's flirting, it can be looked at as harassment. It really depends on the woman and where her mindset is. So, because she may take it as a compliment, whether he looks good or not, but then it just happens. What happens from there? Like, what was the interaction after that? You know, if she told you she wasn't interested, were you okay just walking off, or did you continue to keep going on and keep giving compliments and all that kind of other stuff? Because at that point, now you didn't cross the line. So.
All right, thanks, Lady Tammy. And I'll go right back to Lady Sophia because we need a woman's explanation for this.
First Lady Tammy did such a wonderful job. You
Tammy
can't do
been
anything.
cooking. That's why I call her Chef Tammy.
You can't do anything but put, you know what I'm saying, the roses and gems there and put a crown on her head. That's all I can do. That's, you know, perfection at its best.
Okay, so let me just ask you this specifically, Miss Sophia. Now, this is based on your personal experience or something you've seen, you know, with your other siblings, daughters, friends, or fam. Have you ever seen women that have a different standard of flirting versus harassment? For instance, if they're attracted to the person, then they'll be willing to consider certain innuendos as flirting, versus if they're unattracted, then they may be more bothered and more inclined to make an allegation of harassment. Have you personally experienced this, or have you seen it around you in your lifetime, Miss Sophia?
I'll one up you on that one. I've seen, you know, saying clean, you know, saying presentable men who will turn around and talk to a lady or open the door or do this and that, and they'll hurry up and scurry in like, you know, you lesser than thou. And unfortunately, with some women, if you don't have the right shoes, the right this and that, you know, you may be clean, but you may not be clean shaven. It costs a lot. It costs a lot to go to the barber shop, you know, saying to get that, you know, saying that proper maintenance and everything or whatever. So yes, I have seen it. It's unfortunate that, you know, you do see it because, you know, if somebody is respectful and they're kind, you know what I'm saying, and you know, whether they have a scent or not, they still a human being, and they gonna make it, you know, a reaction to it. Hey, you look nice today, because you know it's way better than somebody cussing you out or doing this and that. Then that's when you get offended and your feelings get hurt. But the people who looking for, you know what I'm saying, that attention, it can be a person where, you know what I'm saying, I have spoken to women and men. Sometimes they speak, sometimes they don't. You know what I'm saying? My money is in the bank. I don't turn around and exercise, you know what I'm saying, buying, you know what I'm saying, the high-end stuff for the simple fact. Why should I line your wallets? I want to keep mine lying. I may have grandkids one day, or my daughters may need something, and they shouldn't have to go take out a loan if, you know what I'm saying, mama got something up under the mattress, or, you know what I'm saying, they can just get it. But people will turn. Y'all ain't never had something, you know, so you pull, you know, you rent your arm and pull the mattress all the way up and throw it in the middle part.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Y'all ain't never did that.
You talking about the street life?
Miss Sophia, the ghetto queen.
You know how you rent
mattress.
Look, you rent your arm and try to lift the mattress as best as you can, and you don't
got to explain to us. We know exactly what you're talking about.
Man, we come from making pallets. We know all of that.
Yeah, I'm making pallet life. Ooh, that was beautiful. Oh, that's a whole other era.
Oh, Mr. Best, you know about that?
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Especially when I had to, sneak into my grandparents' room. They be trying to kick me out. Wait till they go to sleep. Pallet right on that floor, right next to the heater. The cat be on the sofa. I'll be knocked out. You know what I'm saying? The cat sometimes will like walk past me or whatever. Do a little meow and keep it moving. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Best, you up, man. The flirting versus harassment. Have you ever seen this or experienced it?
Look, BZ, look, man. They know they be doing that shit. Women know they be doing that. So I don't know why anybody was up here. That lady don't do it. Look, y'all do that. All right? Yes, you do. Okay? All right? We've all seen it. We've all witnessed it, okay? There's been times when I've gone to the supermarket and I've looked at just regular schmegler. I could have been clean. I could have been, just shaved, everything. But I'm just regular. I may have got some house shoes on. I'm just probably trying to run in, maybe get some deodorant, some Gatorade, or just some regular utilities for the house or for myself, whatever. Right? No, nobody dang near wants to help me. Everybody being standoffish. Okay, cool, whatever. You know what I mean? But if I throw on them right pair of shoes, if I throw on that right sweater, you know what I'm saying, with that nice hat, the professional glasses, and I got the cologne on, and you see the watch, and let's say it's the gold watch, or even a nice digital watch, or a nice Apple watch, or if I have two watches on at the same time, the reaction is a lot different. It's a lot different. People act different. I get, hello, sir, can I help you? Everything changes. So yeah, especially when men are trying to talk to women, they're gonna act a certain way depending on how you look. Like duh, like we do the same thing to them. You know what I mean? If she ain't looking the right part and her hair all frizzled and she looking crazy like she just stepped out of bed, we gonna be like, who is this? You know what I'm saying? We gonna be looking at her like she crazy. You know what I mean? But if she looking right, you know what I mean, hair all done up, you know what I mean, she looking good, you know what I mean, she's smelling good, she's gonna get a different type of attention. You know what I mean? If you're a legging girl and you always doing leggings, you know what I'm saying, and you're not really putting no effort into what you look like, and you kind of the gym clothes wearing type, you're gonna get a certain type of men. You're gonna get a certain type. But if you're a professional looking woman, you dress professionally, you're gonna get a certain type of reaction. So it's the same for both. People judge you by the way you dress. If I'm carrying a briefcase and I got a nice fit on, and everything's looking nice and I look professional, I'm gonna be treated and greeted a certain way. Especially if I wear glasses. I mean, for some reason, the glasses thing, I guess I become Mr. Professional. Like I become ultimate gentleman. But without glasses on, I guess I'm just a regular hoodlum. Whatever. So with that being said, everybody judges people on the way they look. It just happens naturally. Everybody does it. It ain't just a woman thing. Men do it too. So yeah.
Well, you can't get mad at somebody because your house shoe broke down in the back and you sliding them like you Debo. And you talking about women do it too. Come on, 84 be come on now.
But everybody does it though. Okay, okay. We know there's times when we in a rush, right? You left the house, Sophia. You in a rush. You just going to grab. Let's say anything. You just going to get something to drink for your house. You throwing the most comfortable house shoe you got on, right? You may be throwing the most comfortable thing that you have on, and you're gone. You're not gonna be in the store long. It's gonna be 2 seconds. You're coming right back home. You may see a nice gentleman that looks cool. You're like, oh, he's cool. He looks nice, whatever. And he look at you like you ain't nobody, all because you just look comfortable. He don't know that you got a whole bunch of money in the bank. He don't know that you have a great career. He don't know none of that. He just judging you based on what you look like. So everybody does it. It's not just women. Men do it too. You know what I mean? And peace to indigenous black men.
You ain't lying because a friend of mine said, like back in the day, I don't know about, people in y'all age bracket, but back in the day, we used to turn around and wear them big round yellow Florida Evan, rollers, the big green ones and the pink one. And she said, Sophia, I'm so embarrassed. I said, girl, you good. She was like, a guy that I have always liked, and I really wasn't cool with him. Sometimes I shoot him down. She said, girl, I went in the store. I had my rollers in my head and everything. I had them bobby pins, still up and everything. She said, Sophia, that man came in the store. He had a suit on, getting ready to go to work. He looked so good. And, he was like, saying, blah, 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 blah. Is that you? She said, I felt so bad because he still spoke to her. You know what I'm saying? With her hair rose up in her head. But she was like, I have shot that man down so many times. I'm like, dang. I was like, damn. I said, well, just look.
But Lady Sophia, there is one stipulation though, and welcome back, Brother John. There is one stipulation, right? If you are 8 to 10 on the scale, right? You are 8 to 10, whether you are a man or a woman, right? Sometimes it don't matter what you got on. All right. If you are 8 to 10 in the looks department, people don't care what you're wearing. Okay, you can be wearing damn near absolutely nothing. You know what I mean? And they will still try to come up to you and talk to you. Like you could be in house shoes no matter what you wear. So if you're 8 to 10, if you're not in the 8 to 10 bracket as a man or woman, you're still gonna get people are still gonna want to talk to you and rock with you. But that's the only stipulation. But if you're just a regular human being, like most of us are, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to get your do up on, okay? So
that ain't me though. I can honestly say that's not me. I speak to anybody, everybody, or whatever, as long as we can, laugh and have fun. Then so I'm down with you or whatever. And and if you don't have no, money or whatever, if I got something in my pocket, you can eat too or whatever. But so I just like people because that's the type of person I am. So it depends on the individual.
No, I'm talking about like people like going up to somebody like trying to like pick up on them. Like if the person looks a certain way and like, you know what I mean? If they are super attractive, like I said, they could be wearing less than nothing or be looking like a bum, and people still gonna try to holler at them. So, and that doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. So.
Well, I'm gonna have to be judgmental because it may be a 8 to 10 with about 4 or 5 names on them, and don't nobody want to take that home.
He said 4 or 5 names on them. Good Lord.
Well, damn, 84. I just said I had 4 names on me. You heard that? Well, damn.
Nobody care about no tattoos unless they're really religious. And shout out to a religious group. That's a super religious. Then yeah, they may care about that.
You know what? Now that I'm looking back at it, I'm gonna keep it real. You can like how many ever people name that you want to, but I mean, no, don't just turn around and brand a tattoo on it. I was like, damn, so was it that good or was I that dumb? I'm just keeping it real. Real what? I don't know, but I'm keeping it real.
Realistic. We'll just go with keeping it realistic. And you know what? Now that it looks like we got a whole bunch here, another part of struggle love and how we perpetuate it. See, struggle love is just always usually only based between husband and wife or significant others, but they're not the only ones who struggle. They're not the only ones who exhibit and exude love. So I think that people set their kids up oftentimes for struggle love by their benign neglect in raising their kids the proper way, by communicating with them the proper way, by trying to be friends with their kids instead of parents. So it's a brother by the name of Derek Grace II, and this dude is blasted all over with tattoos. You know what I mean? So just like Sophia says, when people typically see tattoos, they think, what is the tattoo? Why'd you get the tattoo? And they automatically think of negative connotations, right? Especially when it usually pertains to Black folks, right? So I know a bunch of my homies that's non-Black, they tatted up and they're like, oh, dude's just a tattoo artist, a biker, a stoner or something. Typically when Black people is blasted head to toe, they're just like thugs and criminals, etc., when they could just be an artist appreciating the tats. And I'm saying all this to say is that don't let something, maybe a tattoo is an indication that this person is of low value and trashy, but it doesn't ensure that someone is classy because they're devoid of all tattoos. So when this dude speaks, I know a lot of dudes focus on how he looks, but I tell people focus on the points, not the person. So let's get into this.
Give your family and friends a job.
Dear Grace, what is gentrification?
Renovate and improve.
Could y'all all hear the video?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. And I definitely want to highlight this because we need more fathers representing like this, regardless of ethnicity. But this dude, you look at him, you like, man, I don't want to hear nothing that this dude has to say. I know dudes that look square, clean cut, and they're not raising their kids with this level of successful love, not struggle love, that this dude is exhibiting.
So that it fits in the middle class taste.
Erica Grace, what do men do?
Preach, provide, protect.
What is the strongest muscle on your body?
Brain.
I want you to be what in the room?
Wisest.
Derek, what's the most valuable thing in life?
Time.
Derek, if you lost everything today, what you got tomorrow?
Intellectual property.
And what is intellectual property?
You can't take your possessions, but you can't take your mind.
All right, Derek, who's Huey P. Newton?
African-American political activist, revolutionary who, along with Bobby Seale, co-founded the Black Panther Party in 1966.
Erica, how old are you?
4 years old.
What's 700 plus 700?
1,400.
Are y'all buyers or sellers?
Sellers.
The goal is to be what?
Independent.
Y'all gonna be what when y'all grow up?
Bosses.
But in order to do that, we gotta do what?
Create stuff.
Listen, y'all, in a nutshell, the name of the game is unlearn and relearn. Reprogram these children. We need more leaders. We got enough followers.
That's dope. I like that.
I do, unlearn, relearn. That's what we got to do. A lot of these toxic elements is learned behavior, social engineering. So we need to unlearn that and relearn that. A lot of these struggle love practices is learned behavior, which we need to unlearn and relearn successful love practices. And I would love to start with Lady Tammy. I know it was a little bit low, the video, but were you able to hear that video, Tammy?
Yeah, I was able to hear it.
Okay, cool. So I would love to hear your take on the types of things of how he was presenting his kids, and like what types of tips could parents take from what he presented and the tips that you're about to give us.
I think what he was saying was very good. What he said, it was a good video, but he does make it where the perception can be to where somebody doesn't want to hear, will not even want to take the time to hear what he has to say, which kind of sucks because in a way it puts him at a disadvantage. And so it sucks just because what he said was so needed to be heard, but yet what would happen is somebody wouldn't want to hear it because of the fact that he has tattoos on his face. So, I mean, I think as parents, it's our job to give our children the correct information, the right information. Things in history books are not necessarily the correct information. If y'all haven't checked out the book, Lies My Teacher Told Me, just saying.
Tammy, hold on 1 second. John hit different. I don't know what's going on with your screen, bro, but if that's you, put something in the private chat so we can know. You know what I mean? I don't know if we get spammed or not, but yeah, let me know for sure, bro. You know what I'm saying? Or at least give me a thumbs up on the screen or something. Okay, you put the avatar back up. Cool.
So I mean, what he was saying was important. I think, that it's great that his kids, were saying that. And I mean, I'd like to see a follow-up on that video just to see, was it just something he had his kids say? Or was it something that he actually implemented and taught rather than, these words in 700 plus 700? I mean, even something like that, I would just wonder why he chose those two particular numbers. I don't know. There's certain things that I'm like looking at. Like I said, the perception because of the so I like tattoos. I'm just gonna say I have 6 tattoos. They're all big tattoos. There's no names on me. And if that's your thing, that's your thing. Me personally, I've never put any names on me. I have a verse on me. And all the other tattoos have words, but they're not names, but every tattoo I have is significant and has meaning. Every part of the tattoo, there's a specific reason why I chose that particular thing. I mean, I got a tattoo about a week ago, and every single part that's in there, there's a meaning behind it. So I don't think there's anything wrong with tattoos. I do think that, you know, before you get one, you need to actually really think about why you're getting it and know that this is something that you're gonna have on your body for the rest of your life. So is this something you really are going to be okay with 10, 20, 30 years down the line? Or is this something that you might regret later on down the line? And some people do not necessarily think about it that hard when they get it. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with tattoos. I think that tattoos can be a great way to express certain things. I don't necessarily think tattoos on your face are the best idea, depending on what type of job you want to get. So, I mean, because I'm a teacher, I couldn't see me being in an interview with some tattoos on my face and them saying, "Oh yeah, you know what? Your degrees, your credential, we're gonna get you in front of the kids in the class." So it kind of puts you at a disadvantage where you, as a Black man, you already have, as a person of color, you already have to work twice as hard. And now with that makes you even have to work even harder, because now there's a perception that people may have of you. So you have to allow people to get, the people that want to get past that perception of you being a person of color. Now they have to get past this whole tattoo thing. So now you put yourself at another disadvantage by doing that. So I kind of, like I said, it just kind of sucks because the message he had with his kids was great, but he's putting himself at a disadvantage in different ways that he doesn't need to. And that's what I kind of feel is just bad about it, because the message that he has is something that needs to be heard and parents need to do, but he's put more roadblocks than he needs to have. And that's just the sad part about it. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you. And since we have a lot of intellectual dishonesty, what people will do is, instead of focusing on the points, they'll focus on the person, and then they want to dig into his background.
Right.
And then they may say, hey, he's done this in the past, or he may or may not be a criminal. So suddenly that's supposed to negate any of the positive teachings that he's doing, any of the reprogramming and the unlearning of toxic behaviors that he's doing. And just on the follow-up, he does have countless videos where he is showing how sophisticated his kids is at a young age, and even how proficient they are in weaponry. His big stick is that he does try to advocate for gun rights for specifically the Black community, and he teaches his kids that too, to where they're putting together, taking apart guns blindfolded. And I do understand how some of the questions could seem like they were just talking points, or, you know, rehearsed and regurgitated. But let's just concede that point and say that they were. His daughter, I believe, was 4 years old. I don't know many 4-year-olds that are even able to memorize numbers that big, you know. And I can't remember how old his son is, but they're both under 10. So I see a lot of kids where they may be 8 years old, 10 years old, and some parents are saying, "Oh, that's my baby," right?
Right.
And then you have a young girl that's, you know, speaking more fluently and knowing more things, because he was showing them. He has other videos where he's showing them how to take care of themselves in terms of like gardening and farming, as well as handling weaponry. So I was just fascinated at his level of involvement with his kids and how direct he is with their education.
And I think that's great that, you know, he is a parent that is involved, because there's a lot of parents that are not. There's a lot of parents that are involved in the wrong ways. The fact that he's doing that, I think, is great. And I think it's great that he made the video he made. My only part, like I said, that I think I'm just upset with is that he's put himself at a disadvantage where he has to prove himself more than he already has to. And that, I mean, that, and not necessarily just for him, just for anybody that does anything that puts another barrier that didn't need to be there. Because we already have enough barriers. So to put an extra barrier, it just kind of sucks. It just does.
Yeah, I totally agree, because it's totally unfortunate, because I have even me, I've had it before too, where people look at me and say, maybe I have certain tattoos, I'm dressed a certain way, I had a long dreads, and I've had people subtly, maybe they weren't trying to be disrespectful, but they're like, damn man, you actually are smarter. I never expected you to be this
I
smart. You
hate
know what I
that.
mean?
Like it's such a
Bro, what did you
to say that.
expect?
Right. Like it's such even for someone to even have to say that right there just irritates me. For someone to even have to say, I wasn't expecting that. Like why? Why couldn't you expect that?
Bingo.
Why couldn't you? And that's the sad part.
You're automatically expecting the worst of
Right.
me, but yet you
Right.
want me to expect the best of you.
Right.
So yeah, John, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Did you see the video that I played
Yeah, with Derek Grace.
with Derek Grace? Exactly. So I know you're familiar with Derek Grace and you've seen the video. Could you just speak to how important is it for parents to be involved with their kids in their kids' life and to be teaching them invaluable lessons that the school is not necessarily going to be promoting or teaching them? And you can draw the correlation with how you intend to raise your boys if you want to. You don't have to put your personal experience in it. You can generalize the answer, or customize it based on your experience as a father.
Right. Well, I feel like it's super important. It's the most important. And it's most important because why should anybody as a parent rely on a school system that's developed and ran um, by pretty much our oppressors, who put the whole system together with the history that they want to teach, um, the the um, the narratives that they want to paint. Um, if we don't, then basically we're leaving ourselves subject to be, controlled, and for our children to be controlled, the same way that we were. I mean, think about it like this, right? They already trying to rewrite history and change the facts of things, in order to like I said, control the narrative. So, a lot of people, like you said, they'll judge you and try to dictate, what to take from you and what not based off how you look, when that really has nothing to do with it. Derek Grace does have a lot of tattoos. He has dreadlocks, he looks a certain way, right? But like you say, how many 4-year-olds or whatever, or children his children's age can, articulate or even understand the point of views and the information that he's instilled in them. There's a grown adults, who are not even that sharp, and it's sad, but it's super important, bro. It's kind of like what we were talking about earlier when we was talking about what we were saying pertaining to the kids. It was one of the slides you pulled up, and we were saying, it was like what was it when they were saying something about a parent is not being a teacher, and the parent, we're more than the teacher. You have more importance than just a teacher. You're a full-time teacher. You know what I mean? Based off of learning and experiences. Only thing you're doing by teaching is basically explaining that, and to where others can interpret it and they can understand it as well. So us, especially as blacks or so-called blacks, it's important that we instill, these factual things inside of our children, and knowledge and information, because it's not designed. You already see how it's set up. It's designed for us to fail. It's designed for us to be, stereotyped. They already have a position where they want you to stay at, or a glass ceiling where they only want you to go so high. So regardless of what people may think or how you look or how anybody looks, it's about the brain, it's about the mind. Like you said, the strongest muscle in the body is the mind. Um, Whether it be male or female, we have to instill, the facts of reality that we know for ourselves, not just what television or what textbooks certain people may say, or how they want to paint it. And that's what's going, because like they say, it takes 20 years to change, a generation. So the kids are the future, bro. Like when we already in our 30s, and some of us maybe in the 40s or late 20s, whatever, it's already pretty much set in stone. You know what I mean? How our generation is. But in order for us to change the future generations, we have to start with the children, and we have to teach them what we were not taught. We cannot depend on this system, which has failed us over and over again, purposely, to give us a ladder to climb out of this slump that we're in, as a civilization. So I agree with a lot of stuff that Derrick Rose say. Um, I admire the way that he you know teaches his children. You know what I mean? Like it inspires me. And not just him, but whenever I see any fathers or even mothers, when they do certain things for their children, as far as just educating them and having them just on a higher level than what the school want them to be. Because I mean, when you look at our school system, bro, I mean, come on now, elementary school, you go from ABCs to, what I'm saying, just, playing twister games and, what I mean, playing musical chairs in the classroom. But then you look at other countries, what I mean, maybe like in Uganda or somewhere, whatever, they teaching their kids already how to develop, systems of business, identify a problem, figure out a solution, and then figure out how to monetize it. When you look at our school system, they teaching you, look, you want to, get good grades and then go to college so you can get a good job. They want you to work for them. They want the system to stay the same. You know what I mean? So it's super important for us to do that. And anybody who disagrees, you know what I mean? It's obvious what side they're on. They already on the winning team, so they want to keep things how they are. When you coming from where we coming from, you know what I mean? Which is dark places a lot of the time. Um, why would you not want? I mean, how could you, disagree? And it's up to us as parents to stop being lazy and step this shit up, and start challenging a lot of this shit. Don't just sit back and just let the kids just, watch these videos and watch everybody else and let them be, taught by them and outside sources. It's important to be hands on. It's important to be realistic as possible, and brutally honest a lot of the time. The truth hurts, but the world is harsh, and that's one thing with me and with my children, bro. I don't want to give them a false fantasy. I wish the world was a perfect place, bro, and you don't got to worry about walking down the street by yourself around this time or whatever. It's not like that. So by you just allowing your kids to be just Disneyed out, bro, like it's just La La Land, and you can just run around spinning circles, blowing bubbles, and it's cool. It's not. That's not the world we live in. And in order for us to change it, we got to get real, and we got to get more active. So I'm in agreement with Derek Grace on that particular um situation, and with anybody who's stepping up and not just sitting back, letting the school system tell you about some Christopher Columbus or some damn all this bullshit, the Thanksgiving shit, just all the narratives that they try to repaint like it's just a beautiful history or something like that, and they want to erase the real. I'm just all about just reality, bro. When I wake up in the morning time and I step outside of my doors, I know what world I'm in. I know what I witnessed. I know what I've experienced, and I'm not gonna hide that from my children so that they can be victimized by this demon ass world. And end of the day, like I say, it's about stepping up and being active. Us as parents, stop being lazy, man. Challenge. Without challenge, there comes no progress. There comes no real strengthening. It's just you just compliant, and you're basically making yourself available to whatever the enemy has in store for you, us, or our people in general. And that's what I gotta say about
Thanks, bro. You said a mouthful, and I agree with you, man. Y'all is cooking tonight, man. It's a lot of chefs in the kitchen. Intellectual soapbox. What you got for us?
that. Yeah, man. Hello, you hear me?
Hold up. You there, Mr. Best? All
I
right,
just
looks
said
like
he
Mr.
on.
Best stepped away. But before I go to
I'm
Sophia,
here,
you want
family. Y'all continue to build. I'm here. We continue to build.
okay, cool. I'm gonna go to Miss Sophia, but John, did you have one last thing to say?
No, that's all I had to say. My phone actually dying right now. I'm gonna have to charge this joint up. But I enjoyed
Okay, cool.
everybody's point of view, and I appreciate you having me up, bro. And I anticipate you, in the future, anytime you want me to come on and chime in, I love. It's kind of therapeutic, to hear point of views and hear solutions and problems and all that all wrapped in one. Shout out to everybody who's on here tonight and giving their opinions and speaking their mind. And I appreciate y'all having me here. And yeah, look forward to the next one.
Yeah, thanks a lot for stopping by, John. And yeah, we'll definitely be having you on. This is Easily Rigged. We do it every other Tuesday. The other Tuesdays, the young lady on the panel, First Lady Tammy, she does a book club, so you can feel free stop by to any of them. And then we also do normal streams on the channel, which is knowledge and relationships. So I'll get with you after the stream. So go ahead, charge your phone. Thanks for coming by, and just give us a one last final closing remarks before I move on to Sophia, and then I'll drop you down, John.
All right. Well, what I just said really was my final remarks, but just to elaborate on that again, anybody who's a part of this, if you want me to support anything y'all got going on, just drop y'all links. I don't know whether it be y'all your social medias or whatever broadcasting that y'all have, and I'll be sure to at any time that I'm available to join in and support it because it's about building.
All right, cool. Thank you. And then after we end this stream, uh please just come back and leave a comment. You know what I mean? I say you can leave an emoji, a hundred, a fist, or something as simple as thanks for having me. And when we respond to all of the commentary, because it helps boost the algorithm. And yeah, you'll definitely be coming up and cooking a lot more with us. This is a family over here. The panelists, we definitely really enjoy and iron sharpens iron here. We don't always agree with each other, but as long as it's done tastefully and respectfully, then it's all love. So we appreciate you for coming, John, and we will see you on the next stream, my brother. All right, cool. Miss Sophia, we got you up, and then after that, I got one other short little video, and then we gonna get up out of here.
Okay, I will say that I the way a person look, like I said, don't bother me. And shout out to the black lady. I'm sorry I'm not on my some P's and Q's and everything about it, but she had tats on her. The young black lady, what's on the news channel made it there, but they didn't rock her for her tats because it was part of her tribal upbringing. So I love the fact that, they made a mention about it. And, it was, they celebrate her being advanced and, it's kind of like a rite of passage. So with that going on, then hopefully people can open their minds as far as tattoos and, where they are and everything. Because I remember hers being on her neck and I'm pretty sure it was elsewhere. But, her news colleagues applauded her. So that was just as real as it could be. And as far as the other part of the tat, if a person, if they do want to be judgmental, the only thing I can say is if you don't have tats, but your kids aren't as smart as his, you need to be up on yours. You worrying about the wrong thing. If he's tatted up from head to toe and his kid's smarter than yours, you worrying about the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying? Because it's some people who will turn around and buy their kids every kind of Nike, but they won't buy their baby a workbook. If you don't invest in your kids' education, but investing in their looks or whatever, you setting them up for, attention in an area that may not be beneficial when, when they our age or my age. So, you know, so we as parents definitely have to look at, you know, saying the other side of the table. An opinion ain't nothing but that. But here's the thing: if you smart enough to be heard, because it's a bunch of beautiful dumb people. It's a bunch of well dressed, you know, saying people or whatever who want to be the, you know, saying life coach or the doctor or this person or that person, and they just ain't got it like they think they do. So, say check yourself first before you start judging. I love the fact that the babies are babies, but they talk, you know, saying like they could talk to one of us. And that's, boy, that's some work right there. That's some work right there. So it's beautiful, you know what I'm saying, to rise up and rise on, but we have to you know, so if you see him with tattoos and you see how well he's spoken, hopefully everybody will have a change of mind and, you know what I'm saying, not be judgmental when you see tattoos, because you never know. What they said, don't judge a book by its cover. That's that man right there.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Miss Sophia. And this goes perfectly into the next clip, you know, which we, if y'all can see the bottom, we are exercising fair use, you know what I mean? All of this stuff is transformative. So we'll be good with that. But what happens is too many people, they try to put you in the box that they're in. So because I'm a certain way, then you should be this way in order for me to accept you. But we're not a monolith. So people will say that all the time till they blue in the face. But then when it comes to maybe voting or certain cultural and economical standards, they expect you to be a monolith while simultaneously saying that we're not. And I know that this also is a element of promotion of struggle love, because typically we try to embrace a lot of the struggle and I got it out the mud, to when there's someone that didn't have to struggle and they didn't have to get it out the mud, that we discount them as lesser, or that they don't understand us, or that they didn't have hardships because they were born with a silver spoon. Now, yes, they may have faced different hardships than you, and maybe you have faced more, but it doesn't completely negate that the hardships that they went through. So let me go ahead and cue this right up here.
You're cool and all, but Carlton, well, he's not exactly our type.
So right there off the bat, he says Carlton is actually not our type. And I'm gonna just be pausing it here and then giving my commentary, and then y'all can follow up there. When he says Carlton is not our type, is Carlton not a black man? But he's saying he's not his type. What type? You know what I mean? Thug type, Pookie and Ray Ray type, woke type. You know what I mean? We're not a monolith, so why would you be tasking Carlton with being your type, right? When we're supposed to be unified. So what, are all the nerds supposed to have an army, and then all of the non-nerds have an army, and then all of the thugs have an army? Or are we just supposed to unify under blackness or melanin? So basically dressing clean, you know, wearing suits, not wearing Jordans and sweats, somehow makes you a sellout or makes you other than. All of the stuff that he described, him wearing polo shirts and khaki shoes and stuff, why is that negative? Why should he be disparaged because he dresses a different way? Should he be sagging more? Should he be wearing more designer stuff that's not made by black people? Valid questions to ask. And let me guess, he's not black enough because he doesn't know how to dance, or he doesn't have certain rhythm. It's a bunch of these new dances that I can't even begin to do. Should my blackness start diminishing because I have, because I don't know how to do those dances? And then why are we placing so much value on looks and entertainment? At the same token, we can flip that around and say, hey, your blackness should be in question if you can't read past the 3rd grade, right? If you can't read out loud proficiently, if you can't write an essay that's grammatically correct, could we question your blackness then? What makes him a sellout? Because his parents are successful? Because he got good grades? Okay, so if someone gets F's and D's, does that make them not a sellout?
No, wait, Will.
Okay, if he listened to Barry Manilow, he might be a sellout. Shout out to Barry White, though. That I totally agree with. And I actually want to have a stream. I would love for all of y'all to be there, where I want to address who the new sellouts is. Like, yeah, some of the people that y'all pointed to may be sellouts, but you may also be on that list. People throw the term sellout and coon out there so loosely, but if you in the hood killing people that look like you, how are you not a coon? How are you not a sellout? How are you not a square? You over here mad at someone that's got a degree and that's earning money. Meanwhile, you over here standing on a corner that you don't own, selling dope for somebody that you're just a puppet master to, right? How are you not a square? How are you not a cone? How are you not a sellout? I would say that you are more so a sellout than Carl. So is Uncle Phil a bad person because he went to school and became a high earner, a high value or high earning man to provide a stable lifestyle for his family? Somehow he's in the wrong for passing his wealth off and down to his offspring? And it's funny because Carlton is a sellout because his dad is successful and he lives in a big mansion, and the people that are calling him a sellout would love to live in the same mansion that he lives in. Like, what are we talking about here?
I'm sorry you had to go through this, son.
And that was a great final question. When are we going to stop doing this to each other? When are we going to stop setting our family members and loved ones up to promote and perpetuate this dysfunctional and struggle love? And I would love to start with Lady Tammy, Sophia, Mr. Best, and then we gonna go ahead and close this out.
First of all, I gotta say I love that show, and I love that. I don't watch that clip so many times.
I was about to say, Tammy, what you know about this show,
Yeah,
girl?
you have to. I could say every single line of that damn show. So, yeah, Fresh Prince, yeah, that's my show right there. Though, it's interesting. It's a very interesting question to ask. When are we going to stop doing this to each other? Because you even have it where, like I was watching. Steve Harvey, he had this clip on his show where this lady, she gives him the audience, she said that she was like real successful and her family got upset because she didn't want her kids to go back to her old neighborhood, and they called her a sellout because she wasn't willing to do that. And so it's kind of hard to say when we're going to stop doing this to each other, because it's about changing the mindset. And some people are not willing to change their mindset. Some people are not even ready. I mean, even if we talk about the fact that you have some guys are called simps because they do certain things. I mean, even something like that. Why does it, because he does certain things, he has to be a simp? Even something simple as that, you could look at as, why is that a bad thing? When a guy does something like when he shows his emotions, that can be looked at in a negative way by some. Why does it have to be looked at in a negative way? Why is it you have some women that say, I'm not going to, date somebody who's not willing to cry, when the reality is that if a man does not cry, if he's not that kind, he should say that, yeah, I don't cry, but the only person who I'd be willing to cry in front of is my wife, because that's the person that is the one that he's with. So that's something who you should absolutely be okay doing that with. So I think the thing is that there's these things that are positive, but people want to look at them in a negative way because, they're not there. They don't know how to get there. And in their mind, they don't think anybody should be up there. You should want to be down here. And the reality is that when you don't know how to get there, you're going to criticize everybody who is where you wish you could be. And so, some people are not able to get out of where they are. And they want people to be in the dirt, in the back, not fulfilling what they do. So they want to keep people down. So, like I said, it's about changing the mindset. And some people are not willing to do that. Some people don't know how to do that. And it's about being intentional about that. And once again, that's not something that people are ready to do. So it is about a mindset change. It's about being intentional. It's about, these generational curses. People, working their way to get away from those. And some people don't know how. Some people are stuck in those and they can't get out of it. And they don't know how, or they know how and they just don't want to because they're comfortable. And that's the thing, is that some people are okay being complacent and they don't want to move forward. They're not willing to move forward because in order to move forward and get there, it takes effort. It takes work. And some people are not willing to put in the effort or put in the work. So that's when they see someone who does, they're not okay with it. So they're going to say things to get you off of where you are, to bring you down, make you second guess where you are. Like Uncle Phil, he was saying, I've done this, and is that not enough? And he wasn't necessarily second guessing himself, but it's like if you ask those type of questions, because it doesn't make sense. So, it's about some changes that people need to make, and some people are not ready to. Trauma can do that to you, and not being prepared can do that to you. There's so many different things. But as far as when are we going to stop doing that? I mean, that's hard to say, because even now, people don't do that. People are not willing to do that. People don't want to move forward. A lot of things now are about instant gratification. And if you can't get that instant gratification, then you're not trying to do it. Some people are not willing to wait. Some people are not willing to put in the work, not willing to put in the effort. And I think that's what the problem is. And when they see someone that is, they're going to try to bring that down. They don't want anybody to be doing better than them. And if they see it, they got to put a stop to it. And that's the sad part about it, because there's a lot of people that are very selfish and self-centered, and they can't see anybody doing better. So.
Thank you, First Lady Tammy. Sophia, you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay. What did you think about what me and First Lady Tammy said, and or what you've seen in the clip, and how it relates to experiences you've personally dealt with or seen people dealing with, whether it be your family, friends, or otherwise?
Not to be silly, but even when you watch Django Unchained, it's going to always be somebody who knock you down. I love Samuel L. Jackson, but that was a perfect example. What you and Tammy, First Lady Tammy, both said was on point and something that needed to be heard. Whether you agree or not, truth is truth. And discussions like these is what open up people's mind. Granted, their opinion and everything, but maybe, saying what somebody else is thinking is wrong. So I appreciate the conversation, and it's, opening up people's mind. My baby girl played in the orchestra. It took me a while to deal, to understand her, but little bitty thing, grown, she's 5'1". But we moved from one area to another area. Coco always been smart. She's never been a rap person. Me and her dad was about as ghetto rap as it could come or whatever, but she was somebody who was different. And so, that's our baby, and we loved her. One day she was walking home, and it was with a person who I consider a friend. And long story short, Coco ended up getting jumped on by this so-called friend. And it was 5 or 6 altogether, boys and girls. It was raining. They took an umbrella, beat her, stomped her down in the mud. When I say stomp, they stomped her little tail down in the mud. all because she didn't listen to rap. So, things happen and everything. And she cut her hair off to remind you of a little islander and everything, but had the longest, prettiest hair. And so she, cried and wanted her hair cut. And I was like, no, baby, don't cut your hair. And she said, I'm going to cut my hair, Mama, because they used my hair and wrapped it around their hands to hold me down and beat my face. So there's a lot of hate that people are going to always pull out. And I just, the only thing I could tell is, baby, that's why it's a heaven and a hell. They're going to end up and, they're not going to be, productive kids. But, since she's kept her hair short since then, the hurt that Black people do to each other has a lasting effect on the ones who they hurt. And a beautiful little girl, but I doubt she'll ever have long hair, because this is, I've been in fights before. I've never been beat 5 against 1 or 6 against 1. So, it hurts, my feelings, but hopefully something in life will change those, young adults. My baby is 23 now, so they should be 23, 24. Hopefully something in life change them before somebody else will, bigger and better than them, will hurt them. So, that's the only way we got to stop. Somebody has to just turn around and put on brakes and go the other way. Like I said, Django Unchained, even though it's a fictional, that setting and all of that stuff was a bit fictional. And since some parts, I'm old enough for when the Saints came marching in and everything. People are going to be people. They're going to always have certain groups, and they want to be singled out for a reason. But what First Lady Tammy and you be easy said, hopefully that'll change somebody to where no more, it lowers itself down to where you have less babies on the news, and folks turn around and they grow up to where they're on the news and they want to take out people in the world. So the only thing I can say is hopefully your message will vibrate around, and that that spirit will flow, that education will flow, your knowledge will flow.
Thank you so much, Sophia. And I do agree with you, because we do want to prevent these type of niggas. We want to prevent them. We don't want no Stevens from Django. We want people that's willing to build with us. And
hold on a second, y'all. Hold
on. Okay. Yeah, we want people that's trying to build with us and create a foundation that's based on love, not lies. You know what I mean? Loyalty, rationale, practicality, pragmatism, positivity, purpose, progress, prosperity. Anything else would be uncivilized. So, Mr. Best, are you there, or let me know?
I'm here, bro.
Okay. So yeah, I just want to get your final assertion on what we last said in the clip that I played, and then we're gonna do a quick round of the closing remarks, and we just gonna shut this stream down. It's been, a very eventful and entertaining stream, and I'd say enlightening too, because y'all have been cooking heavy. So, Mr. Best, what you got for us?
Man, I'm glad I've been the leading scorer of the game. I'm joking. I'm joking, y'all. I'm messing around. No, for real. Thanks everybody for bringing something to this. Man, we really, really love y'all. Thank y'all for supporting us. Thank y'all for helping us through this all, man. We appreciate you. For the last clip, I would say, I think, a lot of times we don't know what it means to be African, or what that comes from. That has so many complexities, or I guess what they call Black, right? But I just like to go to the root African, right? Or historically African. We don't know what that means, right? We are all trying to figure that out. So I think to judge somebody based on just different preferences that you believe that they exhibit or don't exhibit is complete ignorance, and it's very offensive. So I think the person who played Carlton and in that character, he had a right to say what he felt. He was completely right in what he felt, and he was completely justified. I think that at the end of the day, we have to stop judging, each other, because we all are missing a piece. You know what I'm saying? We all are missing something. You know what I mean? And it's been indoctrinated in us, and we've been actually, we've been actually kind of poisoned a bit by this society to not know everything. You know what I mean? Our views are skewed, and it's been done that way. It's been beat into us. It's been all types of things into us. You know what I'm saying? We know what slavery was, and we know what they did. We know what Jim Crow was. We know what they did. So we ain't got to keep, we ain't got to delve into that too deep. But y'all know what it is. You know what I'm saying? And with that being said, so many things have been indoctrinated within us forcefully. So with that being said, none of us really know what it means to be historically African. All we know, what I'm saying, is what our perception is. And certain people grew up like a Carlton. They grew up in a nice neighborhood. They grew up having things given to them. They grew up not having to be on welfare or be in the hood. Some of us grew up that way, okay, with a nice family, and they have great careers, and we shopping, in the nicest mall, not knowing that, we may not realize as a kid, but as we grow up, we start to realize that, hey, I'm kind of living a different life. You know what I mean? Based on what I'm seeing everywhere else. You know what I mean? So some of us grow up that way. Not all of us are struggling. Okay? But that's a small subculture of us. There's another subculture of us who are living, in the hood. There's a subculture of us who are kind of living, kind of in between. It's not too hood, but it ain't completely suburb. It's a little mix. You know what I'm saying? We have all variations, of experiences, and we just need to learn from each other's experience. That's what's going to help us grow. That's what's going to help us to connect more with who we are. You know what I'm saying? Is if we get to learn from each other. That's what's about. Life is about learning. So if I'm learning from Tammy, I'm learning from Sophia, I'm learning from Eazily, I'll become better. You know what I'm saying? And they learn from me, we all become better. They get something from my experience, I get something from their experience, and everything works out. You know what I mean? Everything works out. We may not agree on everything, but I know that there's something that Eazily can bring to me, that Sophia and Tammy and whoever else on here can bring to me, that I can get something from. You know what I mean? So I think the brother who was attacking him, that just shows the people who are closed-minded, and they always remain stagnant. They never grow, and they stay stuck. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Best. That was a very thorough answer. So yeah, it's about that time. We've already exceeded the 4 hour and 30-minute mark. 4:31 exactly. So Miss Sophia, I'm gonna start with you. Please give your closing remarks for the stream, and we are going to start shutting this down. It's on you, Miss Sophia.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate the positivity. I've always, since day one, appreciated, and for everybody who saw this magnificent episode, as you saw, the good guy won because the guy who was the bad guy actually got tossed out while he called himself talking out. And I appreciate the dude saying, you don't speak for us. So, there's consequences when you think and I'm going to say it HNIC, but when it all boils down, we can grow together if we allow ourselves to grow together.
Thank you so much, Sophia. First Lady Tammy, you up. You ready for your close-up?
All right. So I'm actually turning my camera on for a specific reason. I haven't turned my camera on in a while. So what's up? Hey, what's going on?
There she is. The chef in the flesh.
Oh gosh, Tammy.
So the reason I turned the camera on is because I wanted to show the book that I'm going to be doing on Tuesday. Originally, originally I was supposed to do this book, which is an amazing book, by the way. It's an amazing book. But I got another book that I kind of talked about a little bit. And so this is the book that I'm going to be talking about on Tuesday. It's called 400 Souls. It says a community history of African America, 1619 to 2019. So, and it's not one author. That's why it says it's edited, because it's a whole bunch of stories in there. Yeah. So, and it's a lot. It's a very heavy book, very, very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. So I'll be doing that next Tuesday. So you definitely want to tune into that. So you can, learn about the book, why I love it. I'll read parts of the book and I'll discuss those things about how I felt about those things that I read. Yeah, I haven't done my book thing in a while, but I'm on summer break now, so I got the time. But yeah, definitely tune in for that next Tuesday, because it's going to be a whole lot. But I'm glad I was here, got to give my opinion and my 10 cents, because I never can give just 5. But I really enjoy the topic. So thanks, Be Easy. Thanks for everybody who tuned in. Make sure you guys hit that like and that subscribe button and that notification bell. Other than that, bye.
All right, thanks, Lady Tammy, and I look forward to any of your book reading. I was really looking forward to that 1619 project. I haven't actually read the book, but I'm familiar with the literature. But the other one that you presented by Ibram X. Kendi, I know that one is a good one. I'm familiar with some of his other works,
Yeah, I mean, I'm still going to do the 1619 project. The 400 Souls ones, one of the teachers at the school that I work at, it was actually his book. So the 1619 is mine. The other one is not mine. So that's why I wanted to do that one, because I do have to give that book back. So that's why. But yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm in full promotion of that. I'm actually setting up with my bro who was on the panel today, John Hit Different, and a couple other volunteers of trying to have a book drive in the Bay Area where people donate the books and then we distribute them out to the kids and underprivileged. But also we want to have a session where we're having book readings, just like you'll be doing virtually, but we'll be doing it physically. You know what I mean? So maybe we can set up some party like that, because I do want to have a party where it's an intellectual party, right? Because we'll have parties and it's like, hey, everybody want to come drink and twerk, and then people's like, yeah, I'll sign up for that. How about we have a party when you can drink and read a book? You can drink an adult beverage or you can drink water, as long as you show up and as long as you read it.
They have lounges like that, Be Easy.
I've never been to one, and I do not even know where one is. So if y'all could pass that information to me, I would greatly appreciate it. But I still want to set up our own ones too, to where we can actually, dictate the material that's being read, and kind of oversee the curriculum, because I want to use it as a networking and building platform too, not just, hey, you guys want to gather and party and be, it will be fun, but we need to get some enlightenment and education out of it, because we've been overly entertained, you know what I mean? And books are entertaining though. We need to kind of reshift the way we look at it, right? Because sometimes when we think of books, we associate it with learning and school, and I don't want to do that. No, you've been reading the wrong books. Read a book that actually relates to you, that interests you, or that makes you better. When you do that, reading is not only fundamental, but it's entertaining and, dare I say, exciting. So what you got for us, Mr. Best?
Man, yo, we got to do that. I'm I have to set up an event, because I'm binge watching a lot of things. But my thing is, if we start binge watching something together as a team, and y'all say the dates y'all want to come over, and we set them dates, y'all better be here at this house. Don't be saying, oh man, yeah. if you're gonna be here, be here. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. But yes, man. Be easy, man. Thank you for having us, man. Much love to you. Much love to everything that you're doing, bro. Truly appreciate you. I mean, truly appreciate everything that you're doing. You know what I mean? And man, there's gonna be more Eazily Rig coming out, y'all. We're gonna be doing a lot more. You know what I'm saying? So definitely look out for it. You know what I mean? Look out for what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
All right, cool. So let me just go ahead and run this intermission because we've been cooking so much today. The chat has been heavy. I've just been letting y'all go. I didn't want to interrupt or interject with this intermission, but since this is the end of the stream, it's appropriately timed. All right, so we also got an outro to play and then we are out. But before we leave, this is for everyone on the panel, everyone in the chat. If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and do it. It won't cost you a fee. Likes are free. After the video, please make sure to leave a comment. You don't got to leave an essay. Leave a thumbs up, 100, a fist up, or just say, hey, I enjoyed the stream, or say I hated the stream. All feedback is welcome and accepted. And just in case, I don't really got too many closing remarks. This stream was so dope and everybody else was cooking so much that yeah, I'm full. I'm intellectually full because y'all been feeding me with logic and rationale. So I'm gonna just do this. If you don't know who I am, you can follow me.
Follow. Be easy. You know you want to.
You know you want to follow. What are you waiting for? Subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships. Look up Be Easy That Dude. Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. And you know what? Knowledge and Relationships.